Aloha.
All right, I'm about to hit record. We are live.
This meeting is being recorded.
Hello, everyone. It is Sunday, July 5th, 2026. This is the Libertarian National Committee. I'm Chairman Evan McMahon, and I'm calling this meeting to order at 7:09 p.m. Eastern. Mr. Secretary, if you can please call the roll.
Mr. Koffel. Mr. Hirsch. Mr. Hirsch.
I am here.
Right.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Mr. Danke.
Alive and well.
Miss Leatherman. Mr. Flores.
I am here.
Mr. Phillips.
Here.
Vice Chair Griffiths.
I'm here on my phone right now. I'm going to keep trying to join with my computer.
Understood. Mr. Hanoush.
Present.
Mr. Requero.
Present.
Miss Hayes. Miss Wigington. Miss Hogarth. Miss Hogarth.
She dropped out of the meeting.
Okay.
She was here.
Mr. Bost.
Present.
Treasurer Nebel.
Present.
Miss Hogarth.
Sorry.
Mr. Longstreth.
Ahoy.
Ahoy hoy. Mr. Martin.
Aloha, I'm present.
Miss Fintish. I am present. Mr. Nikela.
Present.
Miss Nguyen. Miss Nguyen.
Ellie.
Thanks. Here, I'm here.
Mr. Redpath.
Yes.
Miss Robson.
I'm here.
Miss Englehart. Mr. Shaw.
Present.
Mr. Ford.
Fully here.
Mr. Thompson.
I'm here.
Chair McMahon.
I'm here. Can you change Mr. Thompson from his phone number to his name?
Yes, give me a moment.
Thank you. I'm in the Gulf of Alaska, so I couldn't video call.
Okay. Next on the, can you report the number?
Yes,
of
Mr.
voting?
Chair, we have 18 members present. We have perfect attendance.
Thank you. Madam Vice Chair, can you keep time?
I can, yes.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to opportunity for public comment. This is from non-members of the board. Please raise your hands. Mr. Ford, you're a member of the board. Starting with Mr. Bowen. On deck, I have Mr. Bowen, then Miss Patrick, Miss McElroy, and then Mr. Tone, and then Mr. Todd.
Mr. Chair, briefly, is it 10 minutes? I can't see the agenda right now.
It is 10 minutes, but it's 2 minutes.
Two per speaker. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Bowen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. Good evening, everyone. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Rich Bowen, and I happen to be the sole remaining member of the Audit Subcommittee from last term. I noted that you will be nominating Audit Committee members tonight and just wanted to inform the board that I am not seeking to be reappointed to the Audit Subcommittee for this upcoming term. It's been an honor to serve. I've been on the subcommittee for the last few terms, but I think it's always a good idea to put some fresh eyes on the independent audit every few years. However, I want to make sure that whoever is on the subcommittee for the next term knows that I am available to help with the transition or answer any questions that arise or anything else that might come up. I am available to do that. I know many of you on this board already have my contact information, so feel free to forward it to the new subcommittee at the appropriate time if there are any questions or issues. And with that, I'll yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bowen. Miss Addison Patrick from Florida.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. As he mentioned, my name is Addison Patrick. I am the Libertarian candidate for Jacksonville City Council at-large Group 1. I am pleased to report that I recently won a lawsuit brought by the Republican Party seeking to remove me from the ballot. I want to thank Evan for all of his encouragement and support, not only in my case, but also for other Libertarian candidates facing Republican efforts to limit voter choice and remove us from elections. Because of this victory, I will appear on the upcoming ballot. The case has generated substantial earned media and created a real opportunity to introduce libertarian ideas to Jacksonville voters. I now need help turning that attention into voter outreach and campaign support. I would ask the LNC to support a broader challenge to Florida's 365-day party registration rule. The law threatens criminal and financial penalties when our party recruits otherwise qualified candidates who did not register Libertarian more than 18 months before Election Day, even when the Libertarian Party recognizes them as their member and candidate. If the LNC cannot assist in that area, I hope others listening can consider helping us challenge this law and defend the Libertarian Party's right to recruit candidates in the third largest state in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Patrick. Ms. McElroy. You're muted.
I'm Kat McElroy.
There you go.
I just wanted to speak on my own behalf. I am seeking appointment to the LNC Audit Subcommittee. I just wanted to give a little background. I know that there was, I had some difficulty attaching my resume when I applied, but it was forwarded by Ms. Robson on June 7th, and I received an email on June 15th saying that I didn't need to reply again, so hopefully everything got through okay. I'm a second generation Libertarian. I've been active in the party since 2020. At which time, starting 2021, helped reboot my county party and have been a chair and vice chair in the county since then in Fresno County, California. I have experience as the sole bookkeeper and office manager for an architecture firm in the past where I used QuickBooks, did all the profit and loss and income and expense reports, accounts payable, payroll, taxes, corporate filing docs. Basically, I did it all for that firm. I've been on the budget committee in California for Libertarian Party of California for 3 terms, working alongside Ms. Robson and others, putting together a net zero budget every time. I've been a campaign manager, so working actually twice, and working with a treasurer on those campaigns and also for my county party. My other background is that I have a PhD in biochemistry and I work as a scientist, so I'm very good with numbers. And as part of my professional experience day to day, I sign NDAs with my clients for my profession. I'm accustomed to conforming to confidentiality requirements. And just like I did with the budget committee and with all my other activities, I would take this very seriously. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. McElroy. Mr. Tone.
Everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. I would just like to, I'll be very brief. I would just like to take the committee's time tonight to remind them of a unfortunate situation that occurred last term with the membership data breach that occurred. I'm hoping that we will get an update as to measures that are going to be taken place to deal with that. I understand that some people may think that the information that we got is incorrect, but sitting on it and doing nothing isn't exactly an option. So I'm hoping that something gets done about that in the near future, no matter how inconvenient it may be for some members of the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tone. Mr. Todd, wonderful candidate from Kentucky.
Yes,
Thank
you, Mr. Chair. My name is Jeremy Todd. I am the candidate for Congressional House in Kentucky 4, which is the seat, unfortunately, recently lost by Thomas Massey. I wanted to give an update on our campaign. Over the 4th of July, we passed out we participated in 2 parades. We were well received, a ton of energy. We got out 500 branded Pit Viper style sunglasses because we know the boomers don't love us here, but the young folks do. We also were able to get approved by the health department to throw out 200 hot dogs that were filled with stickers, and it was a great event. The energy here is high tonight. It is my understanding that there will be an opportunity to consider entering into a joint fundraising opportunity between the campaign, the LNC, and the Libertarian Party of Kentucky. I fully support this. I am a proud member and have been for a long time of the Libertarian National Party. The LNC has been incredible, and I'm so grateful for your support, both on social media and from the chair and others in person. And just want to say that I support this measure. I hope to make you proud. My whole reason for running in this campaign is 2-part. One is to punish the people who did this to Thomas Massey. And number 2 is to raise and continue the liberty movement here in Kentucky, where it is very, very alive. I have elected Republican lawmakers here in the state approaching me and saying they are on our side. We are building bridges and continuing the liberty movement here. And so my time tonight, I just want to say thank you all so much, but we can't wait for the opportunity. We have to be prepared in advance. And so this joint fundraising opportunity allows us to take advantage of the opportunities that come up in this campaign. And thank you so much for your time tonight, and I hope to enter into this venture.
Thank you, Mr. Todd. Mr. Roos from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I repeat and echo all the sentiments that have been shared tonight. I wanted to say thank you to Mr. Dospot for a great detailed report. I'm glad to see that we're going to have access to the great speeches from the National Convention, especially from our candidates, like the one you just heard. I wanted to share quick updates. I don't know if anybody paid attention to a recent Supreme Court decision that basically said that the party is now allowed to make unlimited coordinated expenditures for our candidates. So that's a great deal and a great enlargement of the authority of our party. A couple suggestions from here. The LNC secretary is attempting to publish the updated policy manual. I just suggest that the LNC review the version that is being considered and version control notes and actually ratify the version that is being published. That will resolve concerns whether the policy manual is accurate or not. Lastly, I wanted to support our volunteers and the rules that they have to follow to ensure that party members are protected should volunteers go rogue. For instance, it's a great thing that the party has now instituted buffer to allow social media posting without giving away access. However, it concerns me that when volunteers do go rogue and there are no consequences, at that point, what are the point of the rules? So I understand that some members that have been involved or volunteers who have been involved in certain issues regarding information security are still being allowed to serve on LNC committees. I think that's not fair to members who expect the board to ensure that the management of our assets are being done and improved in better ways. In any case, thank you so much for your time, and I yield my time.
Thank you, Mr. Roos. Mr. Sims.
Yes, from Texas. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Aloha for y'all in Hawaii. I just have 2 quick points. The first would be, I know that we are going to have an in-person meeting at some point in the future. I would advocate that the next in-person LNC meeting be in October to coincide with Mr. Todd's campaign so that we can run a fundraiser and possibly get more attention to Mr. Todd's campaign. Not that it needs more, but it would be, I think, advantageous and beneficial for us to do that if it's at all possible. We could serve it as a fundraiser and promote his campaign. The second thing I would like to bring up is I would like to advocate that our region alts have full member rights. I know that might be controversial, and I love my region rep, Ms. Hayes. She's amazing. I also love our alt, Michelle. She's from our state, but I would just like to advocate that they have full member rights. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you so much for all your hard work.
Thank you, Mr. Sims.
Sure,
Ms. Harlow.
we are at time, but I know Ms. Harlow still has her hand up, so.
Yep, I'm going to recognize Ms. Harlow's, who's the last speaker.
Thank you. I'll keep this really brief. I'm sure the chair has really good reasons for this, so I'm just saying that I'm a bit hesitant about the motion to eliminate the FSC, but I haven't heard the chair's arguments for it. But I ask you guys to really carefully consider that, considering the circumstances under which that committee was created. But again, I haven't heard arguments for or against. I just urge caution. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on, next item on the agenda, adoption of the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
Mr. Chair, public comment, please.
Nope, Mr. Starchild.
Not Mr. Starchild.
Or Starchild, sorry.
No, it's just
Move to adopt the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Dinky. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. I would seek a motion to amend one thing if somebody would be so inclined. The staff reports was actually zeroed out. That should have been 5 minutes. Is there somebody who would move to do that?
Mr. Chair, I'd be willing to move that. If I could also move that the motion for substitution on the meeting also get added.
It's in there as a substitution motion. It doesn't get added to the agenda. It's listed on the agenda on the appendix. The entire resolution in motion is listed immediately under Mr. Dinky's motion.
Okay, thank you. Well, then I suppose
Mr.
that's
Chair,
good.
Since Starchild has been in the queue, is it possible to give Starchild 1 minute to speak?
We've moved on. No.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I will move
Mr. Martin, you moved to increase the staff reports to 5 minutes. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Is there any objection to that amendment? Okay, hearing no objection to that amendment passes. Is there, Mr. Martin, did you have another amendment? Or is that it?
I feel like I did, but I just forgot it, so it must have not been that important.
Gotcha.
Something, maybe it was, I don't know.
Is there any other amendments to the agenda? Okay, hearing none. Is there any objection to the agenda as amended? Hearing no objection, the agenda is adopted. Moving on to the next item of business, financial report from Mr. Treasurer Neville. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me know if my audio gets spotty. I'll turn my video off, but hopefully you can hear me all right. So I'm always going to start these every month with thanking Hannah Kennedy, Canyon Gargan, Patrick Mitchell, Joseph Siacunso, and his team at All-in-One Accounting. The news this month is Joseph has been on our account for multiple years now, but he's passing the torch to a new controller named Melissa Cardoso. Joseph's not leaving All-in-One, but we'd like to thank him for his years of service here, and we look forward to working with Melissa. I'm looking ahead to the July and August calendar, and July 31st falls on a Friday. I expect that we'll have the August special meeting on Sunday, August 2nd, which means there's no business days in between that meeting and the end of the month. Hannah has raised concern that asking All-in-One to generate a preliminary report and then an amended report later when QuickBooks has completed its bookkeeping, which is on average the second business day, and all checks have been received and accounted for, it doubles their work and therefore their fee to us. So Hannah's come up with a great idea to generate financial statements from QuickBooks ourselves on day one, so that I have something to deliver here to most of the meetings. I guess the July meeting, the August 2nd meeting would be an exception to that because there's literally no business days in between the end of the month and the meeting. But and then that way, All-in-One is only doing the work one time, which is between the 11th and the 15th. So we're still working through Hannah's idea. We're going to strive for continuous improvement as we go. But onto the financials, convention numbers aren't final yet, as we expect final activity to hit in July. But as of now, the tally on it was a loss of 11,400. Last month, when I told you that May was profitable if you remove the loss sustained by the convention, that's still true. May's final number without the convention was a profit of $4,000. June's preliminary result is a loss of $34,000, and the breakdown is $62,000 of income against $96,000 of expenses. So to put that in perspective, our income for June ranked 4th this year so far, behind April, February, and May in that order. Our June expenses are the 4th best, behind February, January, and May in that order. Year to date, we're at a loss of $87,000, and we have burned $64,000 of cash. If we stopped collecting donations on July 1st and never collected another penny, and we kept up our same level of spending, we'd reach $0 of unrestricted cash in 196 days. So that's actually up from 175 last month. And that's, so May numbers do tend to get skewed because of the convention, but that's a good step. So I'll close every time with email me at treasurer@lp.org or doug.neville@lp.org with questions and comments. So please reach out to me if you have any questions that are specific to the financials. And you can expect reports to come out in probably this week.
Mr. Treasurer, since the policy of within the first 5 days is set by me, because I believe in the policy manual, it's by the end of the next month. So it's technically not due until the end of July. However, I want us to, however, being benevolent, it's unreasonable to expect that we have those reports on the 1st or 2nd of the month when our meetings coincide with that. So don't sweat it. I did review the policy that you and the proposal that you and Hannah had talked about. I think that's adequate. I don't think we need to do a double bill with our accounting firm to try to get 2 reports done in a very quick amount of time. So I support that.
Yeah, I mean, and lastly, on the next meeting, if we have it, I'll still be able to give a report on our cash activity because I reconcile that frequently throughout the month. It's just that the accounting numbers that are all done on the accrual basis, that takes a little bit more time, and so that's where All-in-One Accounting and Patrick Mitchell and Canyon and Hannah all come into play. But they're all doing a great job, and so I really appreciate everything that they do.
Any questions for the treasurer? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Mr. Treasurer. We will move on to staff reports. Mr. Dosbach.
Okay, I distributed the director's report to LNC Public, so hopefully you all have received it. And would just like to, if you have any questions, I'll be happy to address them.
Mr. Shaw.
So I put in a request for all the materials associated with a purported data breach that occurred during the last.
That's not relevant to the executive director report.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, well, so I was told that requests for things that would come from staff have to basically go through this person. So since
Well, actually, that would be a thing that would go through me, and it did go through me, and I reported back to you on it. And staff is working on it, not Mr. Dosbach, because he was not party to it. But that's something that we can discuss, but it's not pertinent to Mr. Dosbach's report.
Alrighty.
Any other questions for Mr. Dosbach? Okay, hearing none, moving on to Convention Oversight Committee report and update. Mr. Ford. Is he still here? Mr. Ford. He may have dropped off. It looks like he did. Okay, I actually spoke with Mr. Ford earlier today. He is in the final round of discussion on the attrition rate with the hotels. He does expect to have the final report done and those bills for us to pay finalized within the next couple of weeks, definitely before the end of the month. So we should be able to close that out and then reconstitute a new convention committee. And I want to thank him for his continuing effort with Mr. Hall in negotiating with the hotels to undo some of our attrition rate. Any questions that I might be able to answer about the Convention Oversight Committee report or what's going on with the convention? Mr. Shaw.
Just one quick question. When will the new Convention Oversight Committee be chosen?
After the final report is given by the current Convention Oversight Committee, then we can move to appoint new Convention Oversight Committee members at that point. And I would say pretty quickly thereafter. We might even do it via, depending on when, we have applicants to the Convention Oversight Committee. That was part of this round of the last several rounds of applications. So we could do it fairly quickly. Does that answer your question, Mr. Shaw?
It does. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions about convention? Okay, hearing none, I would accept a motion to move into executive session to discuss legal matters with Mr. Oliver Hall.
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Nicola. Is there a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Hey.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Okay, we will move into executive session. Mr. Secretary, if you want to go ahead and create the breakout room and make Ms. Harlos your better.
Turn on the chat for the main room.
Recording too.
The recording has stopped.
Hear my dogs bark and oh, sorry, I didn't.
You're fine.
Okay.
And we can't hear your dogs
Curiosity,
barking.
can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Now we can.
Okay, because I've said several things and nobody's heard me, so I don't know what happened. Just wanted to check.
Definitely good now, though.
Yay.
I took a vote to ignore you. You do it with a different person every meeting.
I was totally beginning to believe that, and I was feeling really like insecure, and
It was almost
I was getting
unanimous.
really paranoid, and yeah, it was really horrible.
Can the chat please be turned on for the main room while people are waiting? Can you all hear me?
We can't hear you, Starchild, so we don't need the chat now.
We'd like to have the chat.
Would you amuse me by describing what your public comment would have been?
I had multiple things I wanted to talk about, and I'm kind of angry that I've been disenfranchised for no good reason except to cap the overall length of time, given to public comment, which to me, like, nothing is more important than hearing from the members. I mean, people on the committee have responsibility to be here, but everybody else is volunteering and taking time out of their day when they have no responsibility to be there, and to just disenfranchise people like that is wrong. We were also promised a link to be sent to join the meeting when we registered. The silly rule about registering an hour in advance. I registered over a week ago, but never got any email confirmation. So today I was scrambling, trying to find out how to get into the meeting. Eventually I did, a little bit late, but it wasn't provided as stated. The system seems to be broken.
Did you check your spam folder? 'Cause sometimes things end up in those.
I didn't, but it shouldn't have gone to that. I normally get the LNC emails.
Get out of it.
So, yeah, it could be
More
that some.
important.
It doesn't come from the LNC, it comes from Zoom.
Right.
Well, I normally get Zoom emails as well, so I don't know.
In regards to the Zoom settings, they just started. They just updated this account. So it may have been that they didn't turn on something that would have been automatic to send out that email, and then they did later.
More important, if you don't get anything, simply resubmit the application and see what shows up.
Well, then it would have been in less than an hour before the meeting, George, and so
you had a week to send it a second time.
It didn't say when the message would be sent. It might have only been sent, right before the meeting or something. It wasn't clear.
I will say, at the risk of speaking out of term, I registered like 3 minutes before the meeting and I got a link right away.
Okay.
And I know when I registered, I got the link right away at that time. It was obviously several days ago.
Well, then what's the point of even making people register and saying it has to be an hour in advance if they're going to let people in at the last minute? That would have been nice to know. And I think they should do that anyway. I don't think there should be all this. We're supposed to be against bureaucracy, right?
I think the purpose of the hour ahead is to provide time in case there's a problem. And that's the reason they're asking for an hour ahead. But it's set up that if you do it less than an hour, it should generate a link. But if something happens, the secretary is really not in a position to be able to deal with it that close to the meeting.
Yeah, well,
it's also there to protect the secretary.
One time in the past,
everyone's here. They give me the room because I'm the Gestapo here. So I'm going to ask people to raise their hands so we're not talking over each other. But as a secretary for 8 years, I'm going to give the explanation here because Mr. McGee is not here. A lot of you guys don't know what happens on the back end. We would have people who would register with the name of LNC members, and then there's a risk of executive session or other breaches of duty and due care that the LNC secretary has. Or we would have people sign up with homophobic names or racist names or all kinds of things that they would just get an automatic email, and it was causing a problem for the reputation of the party. That has since stopped. So McGee has it sent to automatically send out an email. If you don't get it within 5 minutes, you should be contacting the secretary. But they do it for the hour before in case they start having problems, because he reviews the attendance list, that it can be put on manual review. And if there's obscene names or people trying to impersonate LNC members, that can be handled. It's so easy to look on the outside and go this, this, and this. But I can just tell you, it's a big job for the secretary to manage this. And I don't think the requirements are unreasonable. Quite obviously, I don't. But those are the reasonings behind it. So I think Starchild was next.
Yeah. Governments also come up with lots of reasonable sounding, explanations for their restrictions and rules. Like, oh, well, the the mass shootings are harming the reputation of our country and killing people and so forth. So we need more regulations. I don't think that's a good enough rationale. I think requiring people to have their cameras on would make it obvious if somebody is impersonating an LNC member. You know, if somebody has wants to register under a racist or homophobic name or whatever, you know, I don't like that, but that's free speech. I don't think the LNC should be trying to police that. You know, it's just what they're choosing to call themselves for purposes of attending the meeting. I don't see any need to censor that. And one time before, I did not get there within, I tried to register less than an hour before meeting and I was denied access to that meeting. So maybe they changed it since then. It sounds like others have had better experiences with that, but you know, that did happen. And I'm disappointed that only one member in the committee, Amanda, the vice chair, tried to prevent me from being disenfranchised to being able to speak, even though I had my hand up for public comment. You know, it seems like, again, too many people are treating public comment, the rights of members as an afterthought or something that's optional. You know, or they're just afraid to speak out and say anything against the chair. I don't know, but it's not a good look.
Jonathan?
Yes, I would add that we've had some situations with corn bombing, especially for the JC, and that can be quite disruptive.
George, you haven't had a turn. I'd like you to go ahead of me.
Oh, thank you, Madam Boss of the group. In any event, I strongly endorse your position on timing of people having to register. I will point out that if a computer doesn't appear to do something the way you expected, the best thing to do is to go back to the beginning and try a second time, because the most likely issue is that there's something that didn't quite set right or that you made a minor mistake. Finally, I strongly endorse the position of the National Committee and the Judicial Committee that the chats should be turned off.
Okay, just before, in case we move on to another topic, I want to say something just quickly in response to Star Child. It's a private group, and private groups, see, there's a thing that's starting to become really obvious in libertarian circles. I used to hear in the past with the platform, oh my God, how can you be against discrimination laws and things like that? And we've always said, you know, the free market will police bigots. But we have turned that completely on its head and go, anyone can say anything you want, and you can't exercise private, not government, private associational boundaries. No, I don't think people should be able to sign up to an LNC meeting with racist or homophobic names, and that is fully within the right of a political party to say that's not acceptable. And frankly, I would just encourage Starchild to realize that constantly haranguing over everything is kind of like the boy that cried wolf. I would say a principle that we should have in this party as well is not to constantly harangue volunteers. What? I'm mute. Richard, I'm sorry. You're on mute, Richard. You're still on mute. Can anyone else hear Richard?
Oh,
I guess he'll try again. Hector?
Thank you, Mrs. Harlos. I was wanting to jump in on a different topic, but I guess I'll just say one last thing is, you know, it seems pretty obvious that an organization that's trying to appeal to the masses should use the language that reaches the masses as opposed to making exceptions. But on that note, I just would, on the new topic, I just wanted to mention, it was mentioned about alts that are being considered a new policy manual to restrict alts. I don't know what authority the LNC has to restrict free substitution. Regardless, we've seen a lot of problems with alts and how it's been regulated by the chair or the LNC generally. Instead of saying what's the rep actually say, or what's the chairs of your region actually say. And the first example I've ever seen of it being abused was actually in a deciding vote. It's always typically in a deciding vote involving an out. That going all the way back to was it 2021, 22, with a vote to remove you, which I kind of vehemently disagree with at the time. There wasn't no indication that an alt was even going to be present, let alone, so the rep left without any further instructions. So I think this issue has been abused far too much by the LNC, and I see more rules subject to it. Just adds more gas to this fire that's been going on for years. But thanks. I yield.
Darchild?
Yeah, Karen Ann, you accused me of haranguing volunteers. Well, guess what? I'm a volunteer and you were haranguing me. And you have probably brought more drama to the LNC than 90% of the people that have ever served in that body. And that's probably an understatement. So I find that a little bit hypocritical coming from you to be saying that. George, I don't know why you think the chat should be off, but I think letting members communicate among themselves, especially right now when they're in a secret meeting, why can't we have the chat on to be able to talk to each other? That makes no sense whatsoever, except to just limit our ability to talk to each other in this forum. And Karen Ann, yes, as far as private organizations, they have, of course, the right to set their own rules and so forth. But the Libertarian Party isn't just a private organization. We're a political party. We're a place where people in the freedom movement come together to work for liberty. And it behooves us to practice what we preach and to set rules for our own organization the way that we want government to behave, to let our actions and our operations mirror our beliefs so that voters can see that we have credibility and deserve to be entrusted with power. And it doesn't really hurt anything to allow people to identify themselves as they want or to express racist views. I mean, we're on now. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but I think you actually your position on the language about repugnant, bigotry being irrational, repugnant. Wasn't that to support removing that from the platform?
Absolutely not.
Okay, well, I'm glad you're at least consistent then. But I think that when it comes to just letting people name themselves, I mean, it's one thing, putting stuff out in the name of the party, such as New Hampshire LP did. I'm very much against that. I supported the disaffiliation, but individual members having the ability to speak freely, I don't think that hurts us as a party. I think trying to censor it hurts us more as a party than to allow it.
So I'd like to just 2 points. Hector, on the thing with the alts, I did a whole show on that, but one thing to go back to 2021, that alternate vote was perfectly valid. That was within the rules. While I do think that was a regional issue because the primary was not told that the alt would show up, that wasn't an LNC issue. That would have been between the primary and the alt and whether they were honest with each other or anything like that. The regional left, the alt could drive all night and show up the next day. Somebody might think that was a dirty move, but it certainly wasn't against the rules. That could have been an issue for the region, definitely not an issue for the LNC. And Starchild, you can have your opinion on whatever things cause drama. I do pick my battles, and when I do pick them, I pick them fiercely. I'm just asking you to consider, and you don't have to, no skin off my back, that every single time you come in, and it's always something wrong with how things are done, and you can't accept that sometimes people have a different point of view and just go on and on at the same thing. Now, you can do that if you wish. I can tell you that it's a turnoff to a lot of people, but you don't have to care about that because I don't care about that a lot of times either. That's completely up to you. I want to clarify on the bigotry plank. I did not vote for its removal. I was in the Mises caucus at the time. I counseled them not to push for its removal, that would be an albatross around their neck. And though I don't mind putting albatrosses around their neck at this point, that's come to be true. Now, is that pure libertarianism? Is that plumb line libertarianism? No, it definitely isn't. It probably better belongs as a resolution rather than in the platform. But even though I'm just like why I'm pro-life, but I did not vote to remove the abortion plank because I think it's a bulwark against Republican infiltration. It's Republican repellent. I think that having the bigotry plank, though it might be thick. It might be thick libertarianism. I think political parties have to be a little thick, and you need to repel bigots. And a private organization in its meetings does not have to give place to that. That's what leads to libertarian dystopia. Chuck.
Thank you. Just two really brief points, kind of unrelated to this discussion, but just way to chime in while there's a bunch of people here. I serve under the Judicial Committee. First of all, we have JC rules coming up for approval. The rules that we put together were passed by committee. They're not perfect. I feel like some of the criticisms of these rules have been things that were even in the past rules. So I hope they're approved, even though they're not perfect, because I think they're better than the ones before. Secondly, we have a case before the JC. A number of you have submitted amicus briefs. The JC really appreciates those amicus briefs, especially to the extent that they bring forth new facts or new arguments, which will help us in our deliberations. And anyone out there who has relevant information that is not already contained in other amicus briefs, please bring that to light and bring it to our attention. Thank you.
Keep muting myself out. George, then Richard. Looks like Richard's on. Richard, go ahead. I think you're unmuted. Then we'll go to George.
I'm unmuted now. Yeah. A while ago, I've got an alternate pair of earbuds that I was using, and for some reason, when I'm on Zoom calls, I guess it's if I don't use the microphone for a long time, it just shuts down. And when I try to join in and say something on Zoom, it doesn't work. So. But anyway, I'm back. I had to leave and come back. The only point I wanted to make, and it's the moment has passed, but regarding Star Child's concerns about having to register for the meetings early, you know, there's been a time or two lately when I registered just shortly before the meeting and immediately received the link, you know, was accepted. But I fully understand the reasons for having to request admission early, and I'm well aware of the problems that the LNC has had in the past. So that's all, and that's it. Thanks, folks.
Thank you, Richard. George, I don't know if you heard me before.
I heard you.
Okay, thank you.
To change the topic to something that Chuck referred to, as most of you know, there is an appeal before the Judicial Committee. I am aware of 5 amicus briefs. They have all appeared on Third Party Watch. I did correct the link I dropped. I apologize to you, Karen Ann. I would point out that there is an immediate link from Mike Seebeck, who was the past secretary, which to my eyes was quite definitive. There is a completely different link from Justin O'Donnell, who was active inside the Mises Etc. group and has much inside information on how that group actually functioned in New Hampshire. I will also remind people that Justin is busy collecting signatures for the Libertarian candidate for governor of New Hampshire. As some of you may know, the only way you get major party status, the only practical way you get major party status in New Hampshire is to run a candidate who can get 4% of the vote. And this is our shot at doing this for the next 2 years. So send him donations. No, I do not have his link. Sorry.
Hector.
Thank you, Mrs. Harlos. I had a question for the minds in the room. The rules that the Judicial Committee has adopted, waiting for approval from the LNC. Are they waiting for approval from the LNC, or is this or are they active now and those are what they're operating under? And then the second question I had, we're still regarding JC policy, is this question about quorum and whether what was the discussion in regards to two members being elected, meeting as two members of the JC to then, I guess, we don't count the quorum requirement of 5 for them, and that's it. Thank you. I yield.
I'd like to answer the rules question. I'm not going to touch upon the quorum issue because that may turn out to be a legal issue, and I'm not getting into that, except to say the delegates at convention, there was an appeal from the ruling of the chair on that issue of whether the two could appoint the others, whether anyone agrees with that ruling of the chair or not. The convention is the superior body, and I have better things to do than to get into that until it's another convention. But on the rules, that's a really interesting question. Maybe Richard could opine. I think the old rules are operative until the 90 days elapse. But I could probably argue both ways. The LNC doesn't approve the JC rules. They can disapprove them, and they have a 90-day window to do that. So I'd be really interested as to opinions on that. I could tell you my knee-jerk opinion, which I'm willing to be persuaded, is that the old rules are in effect until that 90-day window passes. It's a really interesting question. I think Star Child was next.
I'll let Jonathan go ahead actually, because he hasn't spoken yet. If he wants to.
Jonathan?
I have spoken, but not on this particular issue.
Oh,
yes,
sorry.
I would agree that the new rules are not in effect until after there has been a chance for basically adjudication of them by the agency for adoption or rejection. If they are rejected, which I believe takes a 2/3 vote, then they would revert to the old rules automatically. But I think the new rules will not be in effect until after an LNC has adopted, or until after the LNC has had a chance to approve or reject it.
Steve?
I would just add to that I would assume that if the LNC approves the rules, actively approves them, then that would cut short the 90-day thing. In other words, they've already acted upon them. But again, yes, people may have different opinions.
Yes.
Under those same rules, can the JC simply take the notes that they're getting and reissue their rules within the 90 days?
Star Child, are you wanting to talk on this, or may I answer Hector and Steve?
Go ahead. I was going to go back to some of the other points.
Okay. That's another interesting question. The LNC can disapprove them. I don't really think it's in order for the LNC to approve them. I think they have a 90-day window to disapprove them. And I think even if they voted on it tonight, somebody moved to disapprove them even if there was a disapproval, that somebody moves to disapprove them and it fails, I still think that motion can be renewed within the 90 days. Again, I don't have the bylaws in front of me, so I'd be curious as to other things. But I think that entire 90-day window needs to elapse. I'm not certain on this, though. So this is all very knee-jerk, and I'd have to sit down and really examine it. But that's a really good question. Also, I don't think it's a one-shot thing. If they vote to disapprove them, I think as long as it's within the 90-day window, the JC can submit a revised set of rules, an entirely different set of rules, whatever it might be. I think everything's in play during that 90-day window, and any new rules are even after a failed disapproval vote are not in effect until that 90-day window has elapsed. Jonathan.
To kind of follow up, I think there's a relatively large amount of agreement here. The Judicial Committee could, within that 90 days time, take the recommendations of the LNC or even the recommendations of individual members and decide to alter the rules and basically submit an updated rule set if they so wish.
Okay,
Okay, I would-
Starchild, I'm sorry, who?
Yeah. So, yeah, going back to some of the stuff we were previously talking about before the Judicial Committee, you know, I get it, Karen Ann, about the thick libertarianism. I mean, I'm probably a thick libertarian myself. As I said, I'm very much opposed to bigotry and homophobia and you know all the various aspects of that kind of prejudice. But my concern is not so much if they're able to narrowly, you know, just say like, okay, well, this person came into the meeting with a really offensive name, you know, and just narrowly deal with that issue, have them rename themselves or something. But one of the problems we know with censorship is it doesn't stop at that. You know, it always ends up leading to more censorship of other people, more controls that have a negative impact on people who are not offending in that way. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. You know, it's being used to justify this whole extra registration process and everything that ends up infringing on the rights of members. And you know, the disregard for somebody being able to speak who had their hand up in public comment. In the San Francisco Board of Supervisors, where I live in San Francisco, California, lets everybody speak on public comment on each individual agenda item that comes up. We should be at least that good as a libertarian party that believes in liberty and wants to empower individuals. And if we can't get the little things right, you know, I mean, it may seem to you and some people like, okay, I'm not picking my battles right or whatever, you know, I'm not focusing on the important stuff. But if we can't get the little obvious stuff right, then what chance do we have of getting the big stuff right? You know, it's very important that we not just sort of sweep this stuff under the rug or act like it's not important to hear from volunteers and people who show up.
We're back.
The time to be there. So again, I would ask to turn on the chat during the meeting, please.
I thank again the LNC for the privilege of being able to handle the room while you're gone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harlows.
Mr. Chair, are we ready to resume the recording?
Yes, is everybody back?
Let me double check. Everyone but Mr. Thompson.
Can somebody message Keith? Thank you. We're not back yet, Mr. Hanush. What do you need?
I was just going to say I'm going to be ceding to my alternate for the next couple items.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hanush.
Yep.
Mr. Chair, am I needed anymore in this meeting?
No, Mr. Hall, thank you.
Okay. Have a great night, everyone. Thank you.
Not Mr. Hall, thank you.
Are you ready?
I'm ready, but I don't see Mr. Keith as being back.
We'll just move on without him, and he'll come back when he comes back.
Understood.
This meeting is being recorded.
Okay, the time is 8:08 p.m. and we are back on the main agenda. Next item of business is a resolution on tribal and national sovereignty, long overdue. Mr. Flores, would you like to move your motion? Or resolution, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'd like to speak to it if I could. Or well,
You move it first.
Sure.
Okay, moved by Mr. Flores. Is there a second?
Second it.
Seconded by Vice Chair Griffiths. Mr. Flores, if you'd like to speak to your motion, your resolution.
Sure. Members of the committee, I wanted to take a few minutes to speak to the resolution before us and why I believe it matters. Not just as a political document, but as a statement of who we are as a party. I'll be brief, but I think it's relevant. I have Apache heritage. It's part of why this resolution is personal to me. But personal is why not why I'm bringing it forward. I'm bringing it forward because the history demands it, and because the Libertarian Party has an opportunity that no other party has taken. What we're looking at is not a grievance; it's a pattern. The Haudenosaunee Confederacy provided the blueprint for a democratic federation. Benjamin Franklin pointed to it directly, and Congress formally acknowledged its influence in 1988. And yet, tribes were never invited to the table where the framework was built. The Cherokee proposed the state of Sequoia through proper channels and were simply ignored. Treaties were signed as nation-to-nation agreements, the supreme law of the land under the U.S. Constitution, and broken almost from the moment the ink dried. This is not ancient history. Alaska Native communities are fighting for subsistence rights right now. The Hawaiian Kingdom never relinquished its sovereignty. Congress said so itself in 1993. The kingdom is trying to assert its independence right now. These are live, unresolved questions the federal government has addressed through imposition rather than respect. And it's still happening just south of where I live right now in Oak Flat. Chichil Bilgotil is a sacred Apache site about 40 miles east of Phoenix. In the Treaty of 1852, the same treaty this resolution cites, the United States promised to protect that land in perpetuity. President Eisenhower reaffirmed that protection in 1955, and then in 2014, a last-minute rider slipped into a must-pass defense bill, ordered the land be transferred to a foreign-owned mining company that intends to turn it into a crater 2 miles wide. That transfer was finalized just 3 months ago. The promise made in 1852 is being broken as we speak. So it's not, that's the pattern. It's not history. This is now. What this resolution asks the Libertarian Party to do is simple and radical at the same time, to refuse to repeat that pattern. Not to invite tribal nations to a table where the framework is already set, but to ask them how they want to show up and build around that answer on their own terms. This is not a departure from libertarian principle. This is libertarian principle applied honestly and completely. I ask for your support and yield the remainder of my time for discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Flores. Mr. Martin.
Aloha, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Flores. I really want to just thank you for bringing this really important issue. I'd like to speak in support of this resolution. In addition to what Mr. Flores says, there's a systematic pattern in the U.S. government that goes way beyond just in how we treat this or that group, but in systematic disregard for the highest laws of the land, from the provisions of the Constitution to treaties. And we're standing on solid ground when we ask the government to follow its own law in the direction of our principles. And that's why localism and sovereignty matters, the ability of a community to make up its own mind about its political destiny. And it's why I'm happy to support this measure. And I just hope that people will understand this is not just a mere symbolic resolution that has no effect, but in fact, it's us using our voice as libertarians to show the way. And importantly, it will have ramifications, not just optically, but down the line for what we can do in these areas that right now we are not effectively reaching or organizing. And I'd like to see more in that regard. So thank you, Mr. Flores, for bringing this, and thank you to those who support it.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Vice Chair Griffiths.
Just briefly would like to rise in support of this resolution, and I would hope that it leads to eventually the chartering of Indigenous affiliates as well. I'd like to see us move toward that.
Thank you, Ms. Griffiths. I just want to say that, thank you, Mr. Flores, for bringing this resolution forward. As somebody who also has First People heritage, I think it's important. I think that this is a small first step for bigger things that we should do. But while it is a small first step, it is still monumental, because we're also going to be the first. And I think that we're going to have responsibility to continue pushing forward. So I hope that this isn't the stopping point, that the foot now is on the gas and pressed firmly to the floor, should we pass this resolution, which I hope we do. I know I'm not supposed to say that, but tough. You can censure me if you want. Is there any other discussion? Mr. Ricciurio.
Mr. Chair, I rise in support of this particular resolution, even though my my general inclination is just to not be in favor of resolutions, just because they sometimes, they just sometimes do weird things or say weird things or don't have any action. But this is this really means a lot to Alex, and he reached out to me and we had a conversation about it. And so the more and more I've thought about it, it makes sense. And everything you just said too, Mr. Chair, also really, makes sense. So I'm actually happy to support a resolution for once. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ricciurio. Ms. Robson.
So there had been some discussion in my regents group about this, and saying that possibly we should have more discussion before we do this resolution. After listening to Mr. Flores and others, and reading through it more carefully, I think that this is a good first step because it's going to start the conversation. So I will be voting yes for this. I support this resolution. I think that it's something that is a great thing for the Libertarian Party to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robson. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak?
One more time before we wrap up.
Yep, you can close, Mr. Flores.
I will say, in response to noticing this resolution, that I have had a wide variety of responses, and I do appreciate participation from membership and those who have both thought that we should maybe pause a minute, and both who thought that this didn't go far enough. And so I appreciate all of the input, and I look forward to working with everybody on taking the next steps and opening these conversations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flores.
Point of privilege, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure that Keith Thompson got back. Sorry. Okay.
He did. Thank you. Mr. Secretary, we can move to a vote.
All right. Mr. Koffel.
Hold on one second. We're not seeing your screen yet. There you go. Okay.
Mr. Koffel.
Enthusiastically, aye.
I'm sorry you cut off.
He said aye.
Aye.
Enthusiastically.
Ah, thank you. Mr. Danke.
Absolutely, yes.
Mr. Flores.
For this vote, I will defer to my alternate, Mr. Phillips.
Mr. Phillips. Mr. Phillips.
You're muted, Mr. Phillips.
Vote for yes.
Thank you. Vice Chair Griffiths.
Aye.
Vote for yes. Hopefully my connection's working.
Yep, we heard you, Mr. Phillips.
Mr. Requero.
I vote aye.
I think I'm having
Ms. Hayes.
I think I'm having a connection slowdown, so let me hold on to it for a while and see if I can say yes to voting on this.
You did. We heard you.
Ms. Hayes.
Yes.
Ms. Hogarth,
Yes.
Treasurer Nepple, Mr. Longstreth,
Great job, Mr. Flores.
Mr. Martin,
On behalf of Hawaii and Region 1, I vote yes.
I also vote yes. Mr. Nikela,
I vote aye.
Ms. Nguyen,
Yes.
Mr. Redpath,
Yes.
Ms. Robson, Ms. Robson,
100% yes. Yes, I'm sorry. Did you hear me now?
yes. Mr. Shaw,
It's so weird.
On behalf of Region 6, I am proud to vote yes.
Mr. Thompson,
Yes.
Mr. Chair, the vote is 17 in favor, no opposed, no abstentions.
I will vote yes as well to make it fully unanimous.
The vote is unanimous.
The resolution achieved its 2/3 majority with a unanimous vote, so the resolution passes.
Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flores. Next item on the agenda is a resolution on surveillance. Mr. Martin, would you like to move your motion?
Yes, so moved. Thank you.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Mr. Martin, seconded by Ms. Hayes. Would you like to speak to your resolution, Mr. Martin?
If I may, Mr. Chair, thank you, first of all, everybody who helped and expressed an interest and contributed in the workshop for this. I'm really, really thankful for everybody's hard work. And I really wanted to give a shout out to the Arizona Libertarian Party, who has done a really good job leading the charge on this. There's other state parties who've also done a great job. And I just want to thank the people who are leading the charge. It makes it really easy to pick something up like this. I hope this will be a tool that we can use in legislative and county level activism to force on the record who owns these machines and the information that the public needs in order to mount an effective defense. And in order to do that, we need to spread kind of the word on what the problems are and present this as an issue that we can unify around. That's my hope with this resolution. It can lead to more action, but the first step is kind of naming the problem. So I hope that you guys will vote yes. And again, thank you everyone for your support.
Any discussion? Mr. Nikela.
Thank you. I read the resolution. I think it's a timely resolution. I know flock cameras are a big hot topic right now. We've actually got a few in the Keys, which you really can't avoid because there's only one road in and one road out. I will remind folks that in Florida and in other states where we're within 100 miles of the border, the federal government can actually pull somebody over if that vehicle is not registered to a U.S. citizen and use that as probable cause to check their papers, amongst other things that flock cameras have been used for. So it's an easy way to get into people's to violate our Fourth Amendment, just like canines and other methods of pulling people over. So I think that the Libertarian Party should absolutely be very vocal on the flock camera issue, and they have been around for some time, but the prevalence in their existence is becoming much more of a hot topic recently. So for those reasons, I support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nikela. Ms. Hayes.
I'll just speak to since I seconded it. So living where I do outside of Wichita, Kansas, I mean, the surveillance state and what WPD has been able to build quietly over the past few years. I mean, we started with just a test program of drones. Now we have entire drone nests that are put up all over downtown. You cannot escape these. They're putting the poles on the cars where they're able to track our cell phone data, not just our locations. I live like outside of the city limits on purpose, and they just put a flock camera out in an unincorporated area for no reason, right? The county did. So yeah, we also just passed that they just bought a robot dog because it's not bad enough in Wichita, right? So this is the forefront. This is even like the gunshot detecting technology. They are targeting, in my opinion, Black and brown neighborhoods, and it's a problem, and it's been a problem. Not only that, but we have more than one officer who has already been proven guilty for using just the flock, just the sorry, not the flock, just the license plate technology to track ex-girlfriends that they didn't want to be dumped by, right? And so it is a problem. It's something that's very real for us every single day, which is why I was happy to second this, and I do hope we pass it. I think this is just the beginning of how bad it could get, and it's important that we take this stand early.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Martin, I'm going to come back to you because there's other people who want to speak, and I'll let you close out. Mr. Flores, Mr. Longstreth, please keep it brief, guys, so we can let Mr. Martin close out.
Yeah, briefly, I just wanted to rise in support of this resolution. The AZLP helped in drafting of the resolution. We've been successful with the AZLP in getting some of these cameras removed in communities around our state, and we highly encourage other state affiliates to take up this cause. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flores. Mr. Longstreth.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I really like this, except for one small piece of it. So I'm going to move to amend in the second "be it further resolved" paragraph that we remove 2 words. And those 2 words are "and affiliates."
And second.
It's been moved and seconded.
May I speak on behalf, Mr. Chair?
You can. I see where you're going with this. We can't direct affiliates to do anything.
Thank you, Mr.
Go
Chair.
ahead, go ahead and speak on it.
Yeah, you've kind of previewed my argument.
Actually, was there a second to your amendment?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you've already kind of previewed the argument, Mr. Chair. I like the spirit. I think that we can absolutely push the message. I think that as national, we can send out all sorts of communications, make resources available. But in the spirit of state autonomy, I'd like states to be encouraged to take this up, but I don't want us to direct the states to do anything. I want them to take our lead and hopefully take this up, and they are encouraged to do so. So for that reason, I urge fellow members of the committee to support this amendment and then support the resolution.
I would like to see an amendment to your amendment that says "and encourage affiliates."
Ooh, thank you. I appreciate the point. You're right. Directed is way too strong of a word, and maybe it would just be a little easier to say encouraged, and then that way we can transmit this and encourage our affiliates to do that. Thank you, Mr. Longstreth and Mr. Danke, for catching that.
I will support that amendment to the amendment as a second if I can, or if we can do this a little cleaner way.
And I'll second
seconded it. Is there any objection to the amendment of changing Mr. Longstreth's amendment from striking "and affiliates" to instead being adding encouraging in front of affiliates? Is there any objection? Hearing no objection, that becomes the main amendment. So the amendment now would be to change the line to read that the Libertarian National Committee directs its communication staff and encourages affiliates to educate communities about surveillance threats. That's the amendment. Is there any objection to that amendment? Hearing no objection, that becomes the main resolution. If I can be so bold as to speak for a second towards this, I think this is great. I had a gunshot detector put in the house and right next to mine because I live in a fairly marginalized community. And the police came for fireworks, which they said fireworks would not trigger it, and it did. And they used that as pretext to stop people in the neighborhood. APRs, automatic plate readers, are now being joined with cell phone data companies that are looking at, now we see your plate and now we're pinging all of the cell phones near it so that we can lock onto your mobile ID information so we can track you even more places. It is a crime to frustrate automatic plate readers. even though the automatic plate readers are being managed and controlled by a corporate entity and not a government body. The Supreme Court did just rule that a Fourth Amendment search, including our data, still requires a warrant. They're getting around it by partnering with a third party. And it's disgusting. It's abhorrent. It's a violation of our Fourth Amendment. It's monitoring. It's spying. So as a side note, there are a few states and a few of us in the party who have set up deflock websites for individual states that list the map. I set up the one for deflock Indiana, deflockin.org. If you would like help setting one up for yourself, both myself and I'll give a shout out to Mr. Rob Yates, can point you in the directions of doing those resources. With that, Mr. Martin.
Mr. Chair, I appreciate all your comments on that 100%. One thing I should have just said in my opening, I learned something while we were crafting this resolution, that when they issue a lookout for this person alert, right, that they have a error rate that seems really low. It's like 0.02%, right? When you look into what this means, it means that like if one person is suspected, then 0.2% of the 100,000 people pool, might result in an error rate. So you end up with like a pool of 200 or 300 people that end up with unfair warrants to stop them when they've done nothing wrong, because that's the error rate. So it's not like, oh, they only get the wrong guy 0.02% of the time. It's actually like that 0.02% is like a 200-person pool of wrongly identified targets that could have law enforcement action initiated against them. So this is like it's an absolutely terrible situation as far as what I've understood about it. And I just want to thank everybody again for contributing, including the most recent amendment. That was a really good catch. And I feel like the resolution is better because of it. I'll stop talking and thank you guys.
This is a subject that I'm very passionate about. I won't give you more points of information right now, but I think it might end up being my first X live space. Might be a video about the surveillance state. Okay, is there any other discussion? Hearing none, Mr. Secretary, we can move to a vote.
Can you see my screen?
Yep.
Awesome. Mr. Koffel. Mr. Danke. Mr. Flores. Vice Chair Griffiths.
Aye.
Mr. Requero.
I will vote no.
Ms. Hayes. Ms. Hogarth.
Yes.
Treasurer Neville. Mr. Longstreth.
I vote yes.
Mr. Martin.
Aloha, I vote yes. Thank you.
I also vote yes. Mr. Nikela.
Yes.
Ms. Nguyen.
Yes.
Mr. Redpath. Ms. Robson.
Yes.
Mr. Shaw. Mr. Thompson.
Block yeah.
Mr. Chair, the vote is 16 ayes, 1 nay.
I will cast a vote. I'm going to vote yes.
All right. Well, then the final vote is 17 ayes and 1 nay.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Mr. Martin, would you like to cede to Ms. Fintish for the next item?
If she wishes to take it up, yes. Otherwise, I will happily do so for her.
Okay.
Ms. Fintish?
Hold
that's
on.
fine.
So The next item on the agenda is motion to set the place and date of the next in-person LNC meeting. Mr. Danke, would you like to move your motion?
Move that an in-person LNC meeting take place the weekend of December 4th through 6th, 2026 in El Paso, Texas.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay, I'll let you speak to your motion.
I believe that we should be having our budget meeting in person. I also believe that we should not specifically tie our in-person meeting to one specific candidate, but be a organization that has many candidates.
Just speak to your motion.
Yes. I think we should meet in December for El Paso.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Danke. Ms. Fintesh, would you like to motion your amendment, substitute motion, motion/resolution?
Yes, I have a substitute motion. So I'm moving that the LNC hold its next regular meeting the weekend of October 9th through 11th, 2026. I'm not going to read the whole thing out loud.
We've got it all.
I can summarize it though. This is in response to the El
Hold on.
Paso.
You move
Yeah.
it first.
Okay,
there a second?
that's-
Move it
that's
and then we second it. Is there, okay, it's been moved and seconded. Now you can speak to your amendment.
Okay,
Briefly.
awesome. Yes, so yeah, I really appreciate Mr. Danke wanting to have an in-person regular meeting, especially for the budget in El Paso. I'm glad that that he was moving that, but it gave me the opportunity just to look at how reasonable it is to go to El Paso. You know, typically we go and visit the site 6 to 12 months before we have our convention. And also, right now our budget's like a little bit prohibitive. Right now we have a $0 line on that, which is also why I brought up that other motion that we'll get to after this one. And so for the sake of finances, like when we go to El Paso, it should be something that we can really explore the convention center and have the full experience there and really vet the place for our next convention. So with that understood, I said, well, in October would be a great time to be able to support a candidate. We have like a massive congressional run with Jeremy Todd. It's a great opportunity to support someone. We can also fundraise off it. And so we can use that money with our limited budget right now to help pay for this meeting, but then also be able to budget, not have a $0 line for next year's meetings as well, so that those can all be really, really productive. October, in speaking to Libertarian Party of Kentucky, as well as Jeremy Todd's campaign, I proposed the 9th to the 11th because that was a weekend that worked for all of them. You know, and it can just be a fundraising event. I also have in there that we could explore a JFC if the LNC so wishes, but there's a lot of opportunities with this. We could just make it a meeting and support Todd and go to one of his events, or we could also help fundraise. Like, it kind of opens us up for a lot of opportunities. It feels like it would be a missed opportunity to just disregard a big opportunity for the LNC and engaging with one of our candidates. And I don't really see the use for going to El Paso right now. We should go to El Paso, not right now.
Okay. Hands raised for speaking towards the substitute motion. Making sure that's what everybody.
Chair, I object to the consideration of the question, actually.
Objecting to consideration is not debatable and would move directly to a vote.
Point of order.
I would encourage you not to do that, Mr. Danke.
Okay, I will.
Yeah, point of order.
Mhm.
Point of order. Objection is only for main motions.
That's true. That is true. It's not for amendments. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I have on deck to speak to the amendment, and do remember we have a time consideration here. Mr. Nikela, Mr. Martin, Ms. Hogarth, actually, I'll have to come back to you, Mr. Martin, Mr. Nikela, Ms. Hogarth, Mr. Hanush, Mr. Jacobs, you're not going to be recognized, and Mr. Redpath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate Ms. Fintish's desire to have us go meet in Kentucky. However, there's a few reasons why I don't think it would be the wisest course of action for us this year. I know that we're trying to minimize our budget meetings or meetings in general which means we only meet once for an LNC meeting this year, and it should be in December at the end of our 2026 financial year, so we can make a proper budget for 2027. There's certain considerations. It's why it's in December. So if we were to do 2 meetings, that means we have to spend twice. I also know that by the time we get to December, February 2027 is only 2 months away. So either we have a third meeting or a second meeting then to get into Texas and figure out the space. But I know it's the chair's desire to want to start selling tickets and packages by the end of this year. So I think we should meet in El Paso in December. Now, what I would be happy to support is for the LNC to sponsor a fundraiser or a joint fundraiser of some type or some kind of event in Kentucky with Jeremy Todd and his team, and support the amazing work that they're doing there. They have so much momentum, and I think that would be a better use of our time and resources if we were to support Mr. Todd that way, rather than having our LNC meeting in Kentucky. So for those reasons, I will not be supporting this substitute, but I would support doing something Kentucky during that same time period.
Thank you, Mr. Nikela. Again, members briefly, Ms. Hogarth, Mr. Hanush, Mr. Redpath, Mr. Shaw, and then Mr. Martin, then Mr. Denke.
Chair, I apologize. I have point of information.
Yes, sir. Mr. Arcaria.
Is this being treated like a substitute motion?
Yes.
Aren't you allowed to speak to either or? And then the question at the end is, shall the committee adopt the substitute motion?
Yes, because it happens like an amendment. So yes, technically.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that because specifying we're only talking to the substitute. I didn't want to raise a point of order, but I'm like in between.
I think you are technically correct. Yes. Nikela, put your hand down. Ms. Hogarth, Mr. Hanush, Mr. Redpath, Mr. Shaw, Mr. Martin, and then Mr. Denke, and then Ms. Fintish to close out. Ms. Hogarth.
I do think a budget meeting is vital. So, and while I like the idea of supporting candidates, I don't think an LNC meeting is very exciting press for supporting a candidate. And the idea of trying to fundraise for a candidate and fundraise for the national party at the same time, I think is a bad one. So I'm against the amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Hogarth. Mr. Hanush.
Thank you. I think in-person meetings as in general are a waste of our money and a waste of our time. So I'll be voting no for that reason. Further, I believe we've tried to do LNC meetings / fundraisers, and they don't really work out. So we can do a fundraiser whenever we want. It doesn't have to be connected to the LNC meeting. So I would suggest doing a fundraiser anyway, but it doesn't have to be connected to the LNC meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hanush. Mr. Redpath.
Yes, I will vote no on the amendment. I am the U.S. Senate candidate in Ohio this year. And please don't put me in a position of having to choose between going to an LNC meeting and campaign activities in a toss-up U.S. Senate race. Please vote no on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Redpath. Mr. Shaw, and then Mr. Denke, then Mr. Martin, and then Ms. Fintish, if you want to close out. Mr. Shaw.
Yeah, I guess my thinking on this is that, you know, due to the circumstances surrounding that particular campaign, there's a lot of eyeballs on that. The idea of us supporting Mr. Todd is one thing. The idea of us gaining a little bit more notoriety by going down there and being near something that all those eyeballs are on, it has a certain amount of value. So I would like to see us go to Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. Mr. Martin.
Mr. Chair, let me really quickly clarify some things because there appears to be a little bit of confusion on the committee. Number one, this would be the budget committee. We would just be holding it, or the budget meeting. We would just be doing it a little bit early. I realize that may be problematic, and if it necessitates another meeting, I think that's okay. I think we can be flexible. Second, the substitute proposes a way for us to make money. And there are actually viable ways for us to turn what would normally be an expense into a net positive for us and for a symbolic candidate. For those who don't know, Massey lost the primary in this race. There is money that is seeking Liberty candidates that will not donate to the APEC crowd that would love to have another option. And that district, that's a place that we should be collecting from, right? It was one of the most funded races in US history, right? And it's sitting there right now in the middle of this incredible historic defeat. And if we step in, we have a moment to seize. So I think that doing this is a really good idea. It gives our candidate a little bit of extra visibility, gives us incredible fundraising opportunity. And there are opportunities in this. It's not a bad idea at all. And coordination and collaboration between national and state parties to support each other, especially in key races, that's a formula for success. And I strongly, strongly urge members to seriously consider that we could go and spend money in El Paso doing a survey trip too early, which we're going to need another one. And we normally don't do that right away. Or we could go to Kentucky and we could actually make money and get business done and make it a lot more productive for the party. I totally support this substitution. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Mr. Secretary, make sure you have ready a vote. Shall the substitute motion be adopted? That's the thing. Mr. Danke, I'm going to come back to you. I want to let other members speak before we do the closeouts. Ms. Hayes.
Just want to mention, I like either idea, honestly, but I think that no matter where we go, we should always be turning it into some kind of a fundraiser, right? Whether it's for the party or a candidate. I've just been speaking with my alt, and El Paso is a pretty strong chapter or a pretty strong affiliate in Texas. So, I mean, I think that they'd be willing to help. And if we wanted a fundraising option at that meeting, I think it could be doable with some help from the state party.
Just as a point of information for you, Ms. Hayes, since you're new, we do always have a fundraising component to every in-person meeting, just FYI. Doesn't mean they're always successful, but we always have one. Mr. Danke and then Ms. Fintish, do you want to, because you don't have your hand up, but I figure you want to close out. Is that correct? Okay. Mr. Danke and then Mr. Fintish. Ms. Fintish, I apologize.
I think it should be clarified, spoken out that this has be it further resolved that the LNC expresses its intent to explore participation in a joint fundraising committee. So this does not only substitute where we have it or that we have this with a candidate, but it also declares an intent to enter into a joint finance committee with this candidate. And I, as a libertarian, believe that laws should be one issue at a time. I also believe our resolutions should as well. So thank you.
I will say two points before moving to Ms. Fintish. One, the very last line of it does say this expression being non-binding and committing the LNC to no further action. So it would be, I think it would probably fall to the executive committee to explore and decide to do something like that with council. The second thing is it is perfectly legal for us to form joint fundraising committees with our actual nominees, and that includes federal candidates as well. It's a little dicey since we don't have a congressional campaign committee or a senatorial campaign committee, but we still can do it, which is something that I think we should explore more often, honestly. Ms. Fintish.
Thank you, everyone, for your input on that. Yeah, I just want everyone to know that my main motivation for this was one, that El Paso, I think it's way too soon to go to El Paso. I think it'll be a little bit of waste of money and time. And I know that, we have a $0 budget right now for in-person meetings. And in a past meeting, it was brought up that we had effectively eliminated those. It sounds like maybe that was something that was said incorrectly because they can't be eliminated without, changing the huge section of the policy manual. So this was in response to that, wanting to make sure that we did something that was going to be viable for the LNC and not jumping the gun too soon on El Paso. What Mr. Martin said is correct. We will have to go back there probably. And while it sounds like we have a robust, affiliate in El Paso, that's awesome. I just felt like it was a little bit too soon. It needed to be, a better option. And this is a really special opportunity with the Jeremy Todd campaign that I wanted to work out with them. So I appreciate everyone's input on this, and thank you.
Thank you. So Mr. Secretary, the process will be, we'll move now to a vote, and shall the substitute motion be adopted? If it fails, we move to a vote on the main Denki motion. But we would not have any further discussion on it.
Understood.
Thank you. Please go ahead and go to the roll.
All right. Mr. Koffel.
No.
Mr. Danke. Mr. Flores. Vice Chair Griffiths.
No.
Mr. Hanush or Mr. Requero, who is voting on
You
this?
didn't see the seat back prior to, so it's still be Mr. Requero.
Well, prior to that, I set it for the next two resolutions. So I did set it
okay.
in time.
Okay.
So in the future, so that it's more clear, make it clear when you're taking the seat back, because both you and Mr. Requero engaged in debate.
I did raise my hand and I was not recognized prior to the motion anyway. So, but regardless, I'm voting no.
Go ahead. Okay.
You can count the vote or not, whatever you want to do.
Point of order. Both members of a regional team are entitled to engage in debate and be recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Continue.
Ms. Hayes.
No.
Ms. Hogarth.
No.
Treasurer Nepple. Mr. Longstreth.
No.
Mr. Martin.
I believe it's ceded to Ms. Fintish. Is that correct, Mr. Martin?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
So Ms. Fintish.
Vote yes in support of my motion.
You need to, yep, good job. Thank you.
I will pass. Mr. Nikela.
I vote no.
Ms. Wynn.
No.
Mr. Redpath.
No.
Ms. Robson.
No.
Mr. Shaw.
Yes.
Mr. Thompson.
No.
I will abstain. Mr. Chair, the vote is 2 ayes, 14 nays, and 1 abstention.
I will abstain as well. So the substitute motion is not adopted. We move on to a vote for the main Denki motion.
All right. Mr. Koff. Mr. Danke. Mr. Flores. Vice Chair Griffiths.
Sorry, I was muted. I said aye.
So is that
That was an
sorry.
aye. Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Hanush.
No.
Ms. Hayes. Ms. Hogarth.
Yes.
Treasurer Nepple. Mr. Longstreth. Ms. Fintish. I vote aye. Mr. Nikela.
I vote aye.
Ms. Wynn.
Yes.
Mr. Redpath.
Yes.
Ms. Rob.
Yes.
Mr. Shaw.
Abstain.
Mr. Thompson.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, the vote is 14 ayes, 1 nay, 2 abstentions.
I abstain. So the vote is 14-1-3. The motion passes. I would, as a point of personal privilege, ask Mr. Shaw, in the Jeremy Todd campaign, I would like to organize a fundraiser and do something to come and help. And I would also like to explore joint fundraising committee with our congressional candidate in the 4th District of Kentucky. I will, because time was of the essence of that, I will let you bother me with it while I'm at Freedom Fest. Let's see if we can schedule some time this week to have a discussion and see if we can get the ball moving as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next item on the agenda, Mr. Martin, do you want to stay out of the room, allowing Ms. Fintish to bring the motion?
So unless she prefers me to do otherwise, I will let her remain in the seat.
Okay. Next agenda item is motion to amend LNC budget regular meeting funding. Ms. Fintish, would you like to move that motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I move to amend the current LNC operating budget by increasing the administrative LNC meetings budget from $0 to $8,000 for the remainder of the fiscal year. I don't have to read the rest of it, probably.
Is there a second?
Yeah.
Seconded by Mr. Shaw. Okay, Ms. Fintish, if you'd like to speak to your motion.
Yeah, so I think this, it's very relevant to the motion that just passed, going to El Paso. Currently, we have $0 in our budget for regular meetings, and we need to have a budget meeting, and it really should be in person. And so typically, it does seem like the budgets, I could be wrong, I could be corrected, but like 12 to 15,000 for a fiscal year. This is one meeting for the very end of the year. I think we could get by with something under $8,000. In reviewing the budget, we do have the 3,000 from voter gravity. And then there is 5,000 that could be freed up from general fundraising. I'm open to changes for where we get the funding from within our constricted budget. However, in order for us to go to El Paso at all, we need to free up money. It needs to be in the budget. So that is the rationale for this entire motion.
Thank you, Ms. Fintish. I have on deck Mr. Nikela, Mr. Koffel. One point of clarification that I'd like to give Ms. Fintish is, and I know you said you're open to where it comes from. The voter gravity budget was only for the first 3 months of the year and was exhausted. And so that wouldn't be the proper, but I don't consider that to be part of your motion.
Understood.
The quoted part, unless you want to correct me that it's the entirety of it, the funding and everything. I think it was just the.
No, yeah, that was more of the.
Part. Okay.
Yeah.
It was Mr. Nikela, Mr. Hanush, then Ms. Robson on deck.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mike, I have a question for the treasurer, Mr. Neville, and perhaps Mr. Redpath.
I think you would ask the question to the chair, and the chair.
Mr. Chair, I have a question you might be able to direct, which is, do we know what we spent average on these LNC meetings plus a fundraising component?
I can tell, I do know, and then we can defer to the treasurer to correct me if I'm mistaken on this. For the previous meetings, we'd allocated $10,000, mostly for staff, travel, and hotel accommodations, plus their labor for being there. The fundraising components tended to break even or make money. So I don't know that would be factored into that cost for it, but historically it'd been about $10,000 for participation by staff, to have staff there.
And as a point of parliamentary inquiry, I believe if we didn't decrease some part of the budget, it would require 3/4 of the LNC to amend the budget upwards $10,000 on that line item for expense.
I think it's 2/3. I don't know that it's 3/4. We'd have to look at it.
Okay.
But yeah, it has to have an offset built into it. But you would be correct that but it would be, I think it does require 2/3. I'm going to ask the LNC secretary to look at the policy manual real quick on budget to check me on that, but I think it would be 2/3. Is that the end of your inquiry,
That's
Mr. McHugh? Okay, I'm gonna ask the treasurer, is there anything that I need to be corrected on with that?
Not to my knowledge, Mr. Chair. No, maybe Mr. Redpath could.
I have no corrections either.
Okay, thank you both. I have Mr. Hanush, Ms. Robson, then Mr. Shaw. Mr. Hanush.
Thank you. As I stated in the last motion, I think this is a waste of time and a waste of money. And I'm going to say it again. $8,000 could pay for the qualifying fee for a U.S. Senate candidate here in Florida, which we don't have, which we could have had we had the money allocated to it. We could have had a second statewide Libertarian on the ballot here in Florida. It could buy 1,000 or so petitions that could get other candidates qualified on the ballot across the United States. $8,000 goes a long way towards ballot access and helping candidates out and getting our name out there. I don't think we should blow it on a weekend budget where we could just do it over the phone. I know it's not a popular opinion. I'm probably going to be the only no vote on this, but I don't care. It needs to be said. Thank you.
I have Ms. Robson, Ms. Shaw, and then Mr. Boss. Ms. Robson.
Okay, so I don't know that we need this motion now because we don't know what it's going to cost. I think that we can do it for less than $8,000 because I don't think that we need staff there. I think that we can do it for far less. I don't think that we need to do this at all until we know how much it's going to cost. So my opinion is that we already have said we're going to do it, but there's no reason to do anything with the budget, say that we're taking it from one place, putting it to another, or saying we're going to spend money, because we have no idea how much it's going to cost. So I'm going to vote no to this because I want us to have this meeting, but I don't think we need to do this now. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robson. Mr. Shaw, then Mr. Boss, then Ms. Fintish.
So, I mean, we committed ourselves to a meeting, and of course, whenever that happens, people like myself that are on the other end of the country need to be able to make plans. If for some reason we vote this down and there's no funding for it, then could the plans change when I've already, committed, bought plane tickets and everything? I guess I feel that we've committed ourselves to the meeting. We need to fund it.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. Just as a point of clarification, a meeting could technically be canceled at any time. Budget, no budget. If something catastrophic happened, it technically could be canceled. Mr. Bost and then Ms. Fintish. Mr. Bost.
So I believe $8,000 is just a set aside. It is not saying that we are going to spend $8,000. We might spend $500.
Thank you, Mr. Boss. Ms. Fintish and then Mr. Martin. Actually, Mr. Martin and then Ms. Fintish. That way you can close out, Ms. Fintish. Mr. Martin.
Mr. Chair, I appreciate Region 4 very much, but I'm pretty sure I heard the Region 4 representative say something very Californian, and this reminds me of why I tried to censor them for being Californian. Why should we budget for a meeting when we don't know how much it's going to cost? And I think that Ms. Fintish did a pretty good job of putting together how much it's going to cost, what we can live within, and giving us a little bit of padding that we can try to come in under. I think it's just responsible fiscal planning. It's not smart for us to just do this with no budget. If we need to change it, or if there's a reason to make it, go up, I'm sure we can do that. But it's just it's responsible governance. So, motion to censor Region 4 for being Californian. I'm sorry, I'm just kidding. I withdraw.
I was gonna say, he's joking, by the way. Everybody calm down. I'm going to go Ms. Vice Chair Griffiths, and then Ms. Hayes. Did you have your hand up in the lower? You want to have your hand up? Okay, so Ms. Griffiths, then Ms. Hayes, then Ms. Fintish to close out.
I suppose I'm wondering whether Ms. Fintish would approve of a motion to amend to a lower number, and then potentially it could be increased if it was found to be insufficient. If we were to just do 1,000, say, if that would be adequate.
To amend it to a maximum amount of $1,000.
And then it could be amended if that were found to be inadequate. But if the desire is to have something in the budget, I find that reasonable. I'm reading the room and seeing that it doesn't look like 8,000 people are approving of. So if we wanted to have a lower number and then build up if that were necessary.
I don't think I would be opposed to that.
All right, I'll
Something
move.
higher than $1,000.
All right. I will move to amend to 2,000 then.
Second.
Okay, the amendment's been moved and seconded. Discussion on the amendment.
I was just going to move to 5, but I don't know
Mr.
if that's the
Martin,
proper.
and then Mr. Hanush, Ms. Hayes, because I figure you wanted to talk to the full motion, correct?
I'm just like in general on this one, so I can go now or I can wait a few seconds. I don't think it matters which.
I'll be super brief.
If it's not on the amendment, we'll wait. Mr. Martin, Mr. Flores, then Mr. Nicola on the amendment. Mr. Martin, very brief, please. 30 seconds.
Really simply, just FYI, I'm not against the motion. If the amendment passes, I'd still support it. But the thing is that there was work that was done consulting with our previous budgets and receipts from previous years. There's costs. We got to get staff out to the meetings. We look at what this costs. Things like coffee. These are non-negotiable essentials that we all need to factor in. So I would just urge you all to think of the coffee and be reasonable, please.
Mr. Flores, then Mr. Nicola. Brief.
I was going to motion to amend to 5,000. Motion to amend the amendment to 5,000. I think that sounds
okay. Is there a second?
reasonable.
I second that.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. So now we're moving to is there any objection to the $5,000 amendment? Hearing none, the amendment is for 5,000. Let me ask this. Is there any objection to the $5,000, the number being changed in the main motion from 8,000 to 5,000? Is there any objection to that? Hearing no objection, the main motion is amended to 5,000. So we're back on the main motion. I'm going to recognize Ms. Hayes first because she wanted to speak on the main motion, then Mr. Nicola, and then Ms. Fintish. Ms. Hayes.
So, and this could just be me, like you said, being called out for being new, but it's strange to me to see a budget item request without a plan for the budget. So is this primarily for like staff and tech and like coffee, which I agree is important, or is this for different costs that I'm just not aware of? Like what actually are we doing with this money?
So I'll answer your question. It would encompass the entire thing. It would encompass staff travel, hotel rooms for the staff, any incurred overtime for the staff. It would include the muffin bar, and the food and beverage for the meeting itself, which they are 2-day meetings, by the way. So it would encompass all of that would be in there, and typically staff deals with that and tries to stay within the full budget for those meetings. With this example, we would probably get a budget request from staff. Mr. Nicola, Mr. Redpath, Mr. Hanush, and then close out with Ms. Fintish. Mr. Nicola.
I think 5,000 is the floor. I would have liked to see 8 or even 10. Hopefully we don't go that high, but I think 5,000 is a good number. That way we can at least start planning and lock in a date. Thank you.
Mr. Redpath.
I move the previous question.
The question has been called and seconded. Any objection to calling the question? Okay, hearing no objection to calling the question, we'll proceed to a vote.
Point of clarification, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr.
Calling
Martin.
the previous question calls the $5,000 amendment to vote, correct?
The amendment was already adopted. It was main motion.
Okay.
So this
Thank
moves,
you.
This moves to the vote, to the full vote.
Yes, sir.
But
Thank you,
for
Mr. Chair.
clarification. Mr. Secretary, is it amended? Is it everything is correct? Yes. Okay. I would request that you remove the funding and the rationale because that's not part of the motion.
Understood.
Okay.
Mr. Koffel. Mr. Danke,
Yes.
Mr. Flores, Vice Chair,
Aye.
Mr. Hanush,
Coffee, no.
Ms. Hayes, Ms. Hogarth,
I'll drink Joe's coffee. Yes.
Treasurer Nepple,
I vote aye.
Mr. Longstreth,
Aye.
Ms. Fintish.
I vote aye, and I will cede back to my rep.
I also vote aye. Mr. DeCala,
I vote aye.
Ms. Nguyen,
Yes.
Mr. Redpath,
Yes, sir.
Ms. Robson,
I'm gonna vote no.
Mr. Shaw, Mr. Thompson,
No.
Mr. Chair, the vote is 14 ayes, 3 nays.
I'm going to abstain because my vote wouldn't matter and I don't feel passionately about this.
Understood. So the final vote is 14 ayes, 3 nays, and 1 abstention.
The motion passes. Okay, Mr. Hanush, I saw your hand was up. Were you wanting to do something?
I was going to speak on the previous question.
Oh, okay. Then no.
It was really
Okay.
good, but yeah, go ahead.
I'm going
Wait, so
to pass the gavel to Vice Chair Griffiths for a moment, unless somebody just wants to make the motion for me. I don't plan to debate on this, but I need
Chair, just to confirm, I'm pulling up my agenda on the screen. Which motion are you about to move?
the JC.
yeah.
The
I'm
JC
making
ad
that
hoc
motion.
committee?
Oh, okay.
No, I'm making the motion. Is this the motion about? Sorry.
Yes, this is the motion
yeah.
On the
About the
Judicial
thing.
Committee.
Yeah. So I'm moving that. Right now, we have a motion to accept it, which is against bylaws.
Hold
So
on.
I
So
move
you have to make the
amend- wait.
motion. Hold on. So you would have to make the motion, it be seconded, and then somebody could amend.
Right.
if
So
choose.
I want to move that the
Mr. Chair, point of order.
that
Would it be proper for her to amend her own motion if introduced?
No.
No. Okay. I would move to accept the Judicial Committee 2026 rules and appellate procedures as submitted.
Moved by Mr.
Thank you.
Longstreth.
That was the
and it's
part that
been
I was getting
seconded.
confused by.
Okay.
Okay, I move to amend that motion to instead, per our bylaws, by a 2/3 vote, not accept those rules.
Second.
So it'd be moved to reject the Judicial Committee 2026 rules and appellate procedures as submitted.
Correct.
Okay. And there was a second. Is there any objection to that amendment? I see hands up, so I'm going to assume that there's an objection.
I'm not sure I want to phrase it as an objection, Mr. Chair. Maybe just I would raise the propriety that we have two motions here that are dealing with the JC rules, and one of them takes, they're not really, they're pretty mutually exclusive, and just considering the stakes and everything, maybe, I don't know. I'll let somebody else lead the way on this. I don't want to taint anything here with like partisanship or whatever, but I am concerned about this. I'm not necessarily objecting.
Okay. Mr. Shaw.
Mr. Chair, I would like to move to commit the JC rules to a committee for examination. Committee composed of myself, Mr.
That's
Martin.
out of order. that's already on the agenda. This is the motion to reject. Your
In that case, Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion to substitute my motion for this one.
okay, that's in order.
Mr.
You have a
Chair,
second? It's within order.
are we not in the middle of considering the amendment that Mimi introduced? And I don't know that in order
That
to
is actually, you are
substitute
right. You are
overruled.
correct. We do have to dispose of the amendment before you can do the substitute, Mr. Shaw.
Thank you.
Once the amendment is disposed of, I will recognize you again for the substitute. Is that fair, Mr. Shaw?
Sounds good.
Okay. Is there objection to the Mimi amendment to change it from accept to reject? Is there objection? 1, 2, 3. Hearing no objection, it is amended. Mr. Shaw.
Yeah, I would like to move the substitution I just mentioned.
Okay. And for those kids playing at home, it would be moved to substitute with item J. To find my, there it is. Okay. No,
Order,
sorry,
you
I'm
mean
sorry, it's
item
not Mr.
M.
J. I'm sorry, it's not item J. It is item
M.
Secretary, help me out. M. Yep, okay. Agenda item M, motion to create ad hoc JC Rules Committee. I'm actually going to recognize Mr. Shaw to speak first on his substitute motion, and then Ms. Robson, and then Mr. Longstreth. Mr. Shaw.
Yeah, I would start by saying, we should be very careful when we approach important things that can affect the organization over a long period of time. I think that we need to be very careful at taking a look at these rules. There have been 2 analyses that have been presented that shows some issues. I mean, there's a great amount of discretion and lowered transparency in the new rules, and I think it would be important for us to at least make an effort to look them over properly and return with a recommendation for the LNC.
Ms. Robson, then Mr. Martin, then Mr. Longstreth. Okay.
Okay,
Ms.
so
Robson and Mr. Martin.
Okay, so I had originally been in favor of having like this ad hoc committee. However, afterwards, I started looking into our rules and I realized that that's not something this committee can do. The thing with the judicial committee is the judicial committee is there to make sure that this committee, the LNC, follows our bylaws. The other thing is that the way that the bylaw is written is that we have the judicial committee rules from the last judicial committee. This judicial committee can decide to create their new rules or not, and we can deny those. But what we can't do is we can't amend them. We can't make them do anything. And once they have submitted their rules, those are the rules. If we deny them, then it goes back to the last rules. If we don't deny them, it goes to these rules. But once they submit them, there is nothing that makes them change them. And I don't believe that there's even a way that they can change them once they submit them. So I think that what we're doing right now, unfortunately, is silly, but it is our bylaws. I think that there were parts of them that could have been better phrased. Just like any rules, we can all decide that it should be better. They don't have to listen to us. They don't have to change them. And not only that, I don't think they can change them. So I think we have one of 2 options. We can either deny them by a 2/3 vote, or we can accept them by not doing anything. Those are the 2 things in the bylaws that we have. So that is why I'm against this committee, which I would have been totally for if there was a way we could do it, but we can't. And unfortunately, I'm like a Ronar bylaws wonk person. I don't think we can change this. So sorry, but I'm against this amendment for those reasons. Thanks.
Okay, so I'll recognize Mr. Martin, then Mr. Bost, then Mr. Shaw to close out. Mr. Martin.
Sure. Okay, so first of all, I'd like to speak to the intent, as I understand it, of this committee is to review and evaluate the rules and provide feedback mainly to the LNC on whether they should be accepted or rejected, highlighting some of the issues and looking at them comparatively to the old rules. This would give us a chance to review them a little bit more before we rush to a decision either way and prevent the issue from potentially being raised twice. So it just gives us a little more time to consider. I think it's a good idea, and I don't think it's moot. It's not to tell the Judicial Committee what to do, and of course, they're under no obligation to listen to us, as Mimi correctly pointed out. So that would be my kind of 2 cents on that, if you will. I do think that the rules that are presented seem to present some pretty clear problems that I think it's worth exploring what the consequences would be if that were to affect things like ongoing litigation, which it very well could. So those are my concerns about just making a snap decision on this. It's something that really we should look at through a nonpartisan lens. What are the rules that we want to live by, and are these really acceptable? And I think that's a conversation worth having, and an ad hoc committee is an easy way to do that without putting it all on the LE in big committee.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Going to recognize Mr. Denke and then Mr. Shaw to close out. And I do have a question for you after Mr. Shaw. Mr. Denke.
Believe that this committee would not be a proper way to follow our bylaws as far as how I don't believe we have the ability to impact amending it. We can either get the old rules or get the current proposed rules. And I speak in favor of the original motion, not the substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Denke, Mr. Bost, and then Mr. Shaw. Sorry, Mr. Shaw.
I apologize. I had put my hand back down and back up again, but just briefly, the original spirit when the idea of an ad hoc first came up was to recommend whether the LNC should reject them, not whether we should tell them what to do with their rules. So that I'm ambivalent. I don't personally care either way, but I think the idea of deciding whether or not we should reject them and then doing our only mandated thing, which is to reject them or not, based on that recommendation, would be fine and in order.
Thank you, Mr. Bost. Ms. Robson and Mr. Shaw.
No, I was just going to say that I've listened to them and I agree. We can't tell them, they can't amend them at this point. We can't tell them to amend. So we only have two choices: to deny or not to deny. I understand the point that they're saying now of, you know, some kind of a committee to decide if we're going to deny or accept. I get that. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. We can't make them change it no matter what. And I don't think they can change it no matter what. So it's either accept or deny, but we don't have to do that today. I mean, we truly don't.
I think we're at time, aren't we?
I'm going to recognize Mr. Shaw, but I'm going to ask him a question. I'm going to recognize him to close out. Actually, and I'm going to recognize Mr. Longstreth as the original mover. He doesn't want to. Okay, Mr. Shaw, I do have a question before I let you close out. Appointments to this committee include the two members who presented the analysis and other LNC members who wish themselves to serve on the committee up to a maximum of 7 members.
Yes, there were a number of people who mentioned in the thread that they wish to be part of it.
Who are the two?
The first two?
The two members who presented the analysis.
That would be myself and Mr. Martin.
Okay. And then do we have a mechanism for adding in this ad hoc? Because it's up to 7,
Yeah,
Means that there would be a choice. Like if 11 members right now decided they wanted to be on there, it would only be 7. How do we
right.
choose?
I would imagine it would have to go to a vote.
Okay. So this would also include a nomination
Yes,
that we would have to hold an election for.
yes.
Okay.
I mean, originally when I put it up there, I figured some people would put their names up and we'd just go forward. I mean,
Well, that's a discussion for, if it passes, then we can discuss, maybe not tonight, but maybe over email, we can discuss nominations to the committee.
now,
But-
in closing out here, there have been a couple things that came up. One of them is, oh, we can't tell the JC what to do. Well, we can reject the rules if we so choose, if we decided that they were unacceptable, and they could write another set and present them if that path were taken. Now, as far as whether or not we are empowered to do this, my belief is that the LNC is empowered to form a committee to investigate anything it's making a decision on. So, again, I will urge everyone, when we're making decisions about things like this, maybe we should start using thorough processes. It is entirely possible that we could end up stepping in all kinds of stuff that we didn't anticipate unless we go through the, processes to show that we actually did our work. So if down the road, a year and a half from now, we have the ability to pull out, a folder and say, we did our work. We can show you our arithmetic, and that is the spirit that's behind this motion.
I will say that I do think that it is, having reread your motion, I do think it was in order. I think the way it was originally presented, it was not in order because it was going to be a recommendation back to the JC, which is not in order. It would not even be appropriate for us to send such an email to them. But this does appear to be just an ad hoc committee of the LNC reviewing it to make the recommendation as to whether or not it should be rejected and instead use the previous JC's rules or to adopt it. I will say that I think that absent an ad hoc committee doesn't necessarily mean that members haven't done their due diligence and done their work to review it. I don't think that the two are mutually exclusive on that.
I would say that a lot of times, there is a saying that if something is not documented, then it didn't happen.
There's a standard though that members read the thing, and absent evidence that they didn't read the thing, the conclusion is that they did read the thing. Okay, we were out of time, so Mr. Chair, we will move to a vote, and this is a vote to substitute with item M, the motion to create an ad hoc committee. So it's shall the substitute motion be adopted? And if that fails, then it moves to the main motion, which was the amended version.
Does this work?
Yes, actually, I can't amend it for you. I'm sorry. I was going to have the two names put in there, but we can't amend it. Yes, proceed to a vote, calling the roll, Mr. Secretary.
Understood. Mr. Koffel. Mr. Dang. Mr. Flores. Vice Chair Griffiths. Mr. Hanush. Ms. Hayes.
No.
Ms. Hogarth. Treasurer Nepple. Mr. Longstreth. Mr. I'm sorry, Mr.
I vote yes.
I will also vote yes. Mr. Nikela.
Yes.
No.
Mr. Redpath,
I'll vote yes.
Ms. Robson,
I vote yes.
Mr. Shaw, Mr. Thompson,
No.
Mr. Secretary, I changed my vote to yay.
Mr. Chair, the vote is 7 ayes, 10 nays, 0 abstentions.
I abstain.
Final
So the
vote is
substitute motion fails.
correct.
We move to the main motion as amended.
Mr. Chair, if it's in order and I may be recognized, I would suggest a motion to postpone this decision until the next meeting when it's a little closer to the deadline and we have a little more time to consider these.
We technically are into a vote now, so the motion would be out of order, Mr. Martin,
Understood, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
but I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. No
Information?
worries.
Mr. Boss, point of information.
Yes, if we were to fail to reject them tonight, could we revisit it at the next meeting?
It would have to be a member of the prevailing a motion to reconsider.
Thank you.
To be clear, Mr. Koffel, is this a question?
I think you're about to say exactly what I was going to ask.
Yep. So this is a motion to reject. It requires 2/3 to reject the JC's submitted rules for appellate procedures. So if you wish to reject them, you would vote yes. If you wish to not reject them, you would vote no. Is everybody clear?
One further clarification.
Yes, Ms. Hogarth.
If they are rejected, the current rules of a procedure apply?
The previous term, yes.
Right. And they can also be reworked, or they
No.
could offer again?
No.
Okay.
Any other point of informations or clarifications needed before vote? Okay, hearing none. Mr. Secretary, please run the vote.
Mr. Koffel,
I will vote no.
You cut out. He didn't hear you say his name, Mr. Danke.
I would like to cede to my my alternate.
So that
sorry,
Ms.
Mr.
Leatherman.
Danke, I didn't quite catch.
He wants to cede to his alternate, Ms. Leatherman.
I will vote no.
Oh, I see. Ms. Leatherman,
She voted no. She voted no.
I think
Thank
the
you.
secretary is like really having a
Mr.
problem
Flores.
in and out.
Mr. Flores.
It cut out there on my end. I abstain.
Vice Chair Griffiths. Mr.
No.
Tanu. Ms. Hayes. Ms. Hogarth.
No.
Treasurer Nebel. Mr. Longstreth. Mr. Martin. pass.
What's up? Can you hear me?
I will vote nay. Mr. Nicola,
I'm gonna vote nay.
Miss Nguyen,
No.
Mr. Redpath,
I'll abstain.
Miss Robson,
I'll abstain.
Mr. Shaw,
Abstain.
Mr. Thompson.
No.
Mr. Martin.
I'll state the reason for my abstention. This is, I think we're breaching contract by accepting these rules. And I think that it's a very serious problem. And I really wish that we had had more time to consider it. And I feel like this is partisan. And so I'm abstaining from this vote.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Mr. Chair, the vote is 0 ayes, 12 nays, 5 abstentions.
I abstain. I abstain. Mr. Secretary.
What is your vote?
I abstained for the 9th time.
Thank you.
So the Judicial Committee 2026 rules and appellate procedures are not rejected. Thank you, guys. Would there by chance be an appetite and a motion to recess for 10 minutes?
Yes, please, please.
Is there any objection
Yes.
to recessing for 10 minutes? Okay, we're going to be at ease for 10 minutes. We will come back at 9:45. If you can pause all of the things, Mr. Secretary.
Since we're at ease, can I request that we stick a little closer to the times on the agenda for debate?
Sure.
I think there's a way that we can do a thing where there's like a time clock thing. Oh,
There's
are we
these beautiful
recessed, right?
There's these beautiful
mean,
time
it's fine,
clocks that have like for $40. Somebody could have behind them on the wall a time clock running, and they're
Yeah, right.
fantastic.
Zoom has a
I feel
feature
like-
where you can put a time clock and it'll show in the window of your screen. I think it's only available to meeting moderators, but it's there. I would encourage it to be used. I think it would be useful.
Yeah. Well, and also
I've
people need
used
to
it on
understand they're
the-
not obligated to speak on everything
Yep.
when there's clear agreement every time.
Right, but there's a thing, like if we're talking about like time clock things for how long you get to talk, if you're the person that's running the meeting, because I've done this, there's like this thing that's like a little time clock that tells you when you're done with your 2 or 3 or 5 or whatever minutes.
Yeah, it just
I
counts
mean,
down.
we should look at that.
Yeah.
That's what I was
We
talking
can chip in and get an
Oh,
hourglass
here it is.
for Evan. An egg timer.
Well, I mean, can you guys see? Okay, so I just did a thing. You guys can't see it though, right? On the side.
No, I don't see it.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, there is like a time clock feature for Zoom to like say, you know, if you only have so much time to speak or so much time on an agenda item, you can see this like time. So whoever wants to keep time, they could do it. I mean, I could do it. It's I probably won't pay attention to that.
I don't think anyone thinks it's really a technical question. It's a question of people shutting the F up and moving on.
Well, for
Well,
me,
there is
Susan,
that,
it's
Susan is
it
correct.
is a valuable thing to see that, so everyone can see that everyone is being given the same amount of time.
Yeah, it would be
The
no, I love clocks.
the
If we had a
attitude
nice wall
of
clock, I'm
telling other
totally.
people, the attitude of telling other people to shut the hell up and move on is a problem. Like, we are
Oh, I didn't use the word
representing
hell.
people who are not, like, our comfort on the committee is not the most important business of the committee. We don't need a rule for every inconvenience that inconveniences us as leaders. Our job is to listen and care and not micromanage, gatekeep, and shut everybody up.
I'm not
I'm sorry.
micromanaging, gatekeeping, or shutting everyone up. I'm suggesting that some
I
of us need
yield.
to shut the fuck up a little sooner and a little more often.
Well, you can lead the way.
I have.
On a different topic, I wanted to thank the committee for passing the 2 resolutions. Even though I did unfortunately not have a chance to speak during public comment, but the resolution on Indigenous rights and everything, I think ideally would have not recognized the Hawaiian kingdom. You know, I think people have a right to democracy and representation, and also the word national sovereignty was problematic because really nations are not sovereign, governments are not sovereign, only individuals are truly sovereign. Nevertheless, I think the passing the resolution was the right thing to do, even if the wording could have been slightly improved. And I hope that these and other resolutions will be put on a special page on the LP website, prominently featured, so that, you know, your time and passing these and debating them and everything is get some return in terms of visibility for the party and our ideas and so forth.
I appreciate you, Star Child. I will say, the portions of that were included the Hawaiian Kingdom were from were input that was given from people, both either working with Hawaii, groups in Hawaii or in Hawaii. So.
I understand that a lot of
Yeah.
people feel a historic attachment to that because, you know, the country of Hawaii was wrongfully, you know, taken over and the government usurped by the U.S. government. It's kind of like what you see now with regard to Iran. There's people lobbying for the Shah's son to come back as the leader, you know, if the current regime there is overthrown. But I think libertarians should always stand for representation. We're not monarchists, and there's unfortunately too much of that kind of anti-democratic, even some openly monarchist sentiment in the libertarian movement. I don't understand it. It's so blatantly at odds with everything we believe in, but there are some people that seem to think like, oh, it'd be great if we had a king, and they have the idea that the king is somehow going to be on their side and it's going to be better.
It would help if I just kind of like explain the Hawaiian sentiment on this is not so much about their love of monarchy or desire for executive authority, but about self-determination. That the
Yeah.
people were never really asked for their consent to be dominated and denationalized, and not just their king, but their entire culture got ripped from them. And
Right.
in what we did is kind of like a soft genocide over a relatively short period of time. There are very few Hawaiians left, and their only mode of authority in the treaties that they had with the United States that we broke recognizes their kingdom.
But we didn't
Right.
break
And
it
so
with the government.
we did. We actually had treaties with them that we broke in order to annex
I
them.
didn't. You didn't. The U.S. government is who you're talking about. They're not us.
Fair. And the idea here is that the U.S. government isn't following its own law. The Hawaiian people would probably figure out their own way. I don't think they would really love the idea of having a full king, but maybe. I think we Westerners sometimes get interesting notions due to our heritage about, you know, how monarchy can work, you know, versus historically how it usually works. And I'm not trying to say it's a good thing. Government sucks usually in all of its forms. So the point here is that the more local that power is based, usually speaking, the less oppressive it can be and still get away with it, right?
Agreed.
And
the putting
yeah.
it in the hands of individuals in terms of having a vote is decentralizing it and getting it to the local level more than having a monarchy.
To some extent,
So
it
that's
does.
what I'm saying.
On the
I
other
agree
hand,
with
look at
determination
us.
and
You guys vote us up here and we don't listen to anybody, right? Like your votes by delegating it to somebody who's not vested in a long-term interest, the thing that they're managing, they have every incentive to abuse your trust. right? So voting is a double-edged sword. It works if people
Well,
are really well keyed in and paying attention. It doesn't work very
So
well
hard on
if
yourself, Austin. I'm sure you listen to lots of people.
And
no,
even
no,
though I
really, like think
disagree with
about
you,
it.
Austin, I'm so glad that you're there on the committee, and not just the chair being the only representative. I'm glad there's other people with different views. You know, maybe I wouldn't vote for you to be on the committee specifically necessarily, but you
That's
know,
okay, no worries.
it's good to have
I
a variety of views and not have a top-down monarchy of one person controlling everything. So
totally
that was all
agree,
I
and
said.
I appreciate the candor big time. Like, thank you.
You're welcome.
Someone with a computer screen. About how many items do we have left?
1, 2, 3, 4,
Five.
5, 6,
My
7.
God.
I
Okay.
just beg that we
I
don't.
had a
Can we
feeling
move
this would
this
be a
shit
long
along?
one.
I beg that we don't continue debating on things we agree with is the main thing. I know
Right?
everybody agrees on this resolution, but I want to talk about it for 45 minutes. We don't need to do that.
No,
Right?
we haven't done that. We've
Hey, I know
actually
I
been very
tagged
good
in
on
twice
time.
to agree with you
Just-
guys, but I'm going to speak full time to agree again.
Okay, we're going to be coming back to order in 1 minute.
I hope someone will also direct staff to look for free meeting locations so that you don't unnecessarily waste $5,000 on that. And there's no reason to fly staff or pay a lot away from
El
their work.
Paso has
So-
been extremely on top of things. I think that the town itself or whatever commission we're working with, and I think they might be
Okay,
pretty big on
we're going to come back to order now. Ready when you are, Mr. Secretary?
Ah, shoot. I never
You didn't
paused the
stop
recording.
in the, yeah, I didn't think you did.
Ah, my goodness.
Okay. Is
Well,
everybody back? I'm going to assume everyone is back.
If you're not back.
Yeah, could you raise your hand if you're not here? Mentally vacant doesn't count.
I'm not here.
Okay, it is 7:45 p.m. Eastern Time, and I'm calling us back to order. The next item on the agenda is nomination and election to Affiliate Support Committee, Candidate Support Committee, and Audit Committee. Yes, Mr. Ricurio.
9:45.
What did I say?
7:45.
Wishful thinking. We're back at 9:45 p.m. Thank you. So the process would be to open nominations for one committee at a time.
I move to
Hold
open
on
for
one
audit
second,
committee
Miss
first.
Robson. Hold on one second, Miss Robson. Please wait to be recognized. So we would open nominations one at a time, one committee at a time, and then move to close nominations. My recommendation would be, if the body would allow it, assuming that there's more people nominated than there are seats, that we then move to an OPA vote for those that would open Monday morning at 9 a.m. and would close Friday at 11:59 p.m. Pacific time. Is there any objection to that process? Okay, hearing none, we'll move forward. It's Mr. Shaw first and then Ms. Robson. Mr. Shaw.
To nominate Dane Cortas for affiliate support.
Okay, so we'll start by opening nominations to affiliate support. And
open nominations.
We already did. I implicitly took that into that. So we're on affiliate support. And Mr. Shaw, was this someone who submitted a application?
Yes.
Okay. And it was, what was the name?
That's Dane Cortas, Courtois.
Secretary can get it from that. Miss Robson, then Miss Hanush, Mr. Hanush, then Mr. Longstreth, then Miss Hogarth. Miss Robson.
I nominate Amanda Griffiths.
What is this for? I just walked away from my computer.
I just
You'll find
nominated
out
you for
later.
Affiliate
Oh,
Support
gosh.
Committee.
All right,
Affiliate
that's cool.
support.
I like that one.
Mr. Hanush.
I nominate Tony DiRazio.
Tony D. And Tony submitted an application.
Yeah, that's where I got the name from.
Thank you. Just double checking. Mr. Longstreth.
Noosh stole one of mine, so the other one I'd like to nominate is Valerie Sarwark.
Okay. Did she submit an application?
She did.
Okay.
She did.
I've got Miss Robson, then Miss Griffiths, then Mr. Denke, then Mr. Redpath. Miss Robson.
Wait, I nominated.
Okay, then your
Ms.
hair was
Griffiths,
then your hand
didn't
was
I?
still up. Let me lower
I'm
your
sorry, I didn't lower my. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Mr. Secretary, can you also remind me how many seats there are, how many we elect, and how many have to be LNC members for the affiliate support? Ms. While you're
Mr.
looking.
Chair, can I tell you that?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, so for affiliate support, it is 3 people that are on the LNC and 4 others for a total of 7 members of this committee.
Thank you. Ms. Griffiths.
I nominate Mimi Robson.
Thank you. Mr. Redpath.
To nominate Omar.
Okay. Omar Mercurio. Mr. Koffel, your hand was up.
Mistake, sorry.
Thank you. Ms. Griffiths.
Do I just nominate one at a time? Is
Yes.
that correct? Okay. Then I nominate Tim Krenz as well.
Tim Krenz.
Yes, Krenz.
Thank you. Ms. Fintish.
I nominate Charles Essner.
And actually I should have asked this for Tim Krenz too. Charles submitted an application.
Yes.
And Tim Krenz did as
Yes.
well. Thank you. Ms. Robson. Mimi.
Sorry, I nominate. Yeah, I'm sorry. I nominate Omar Requera.
He's already been nominated.
Okay, then instead I nominate Susan Hogarth because she's been nominated. No?
Susan
Okay.
Hogarth. Okay. For those playing at home, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 LNC members nominated, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 non-LNC members nominated so far. Mr. Martin and then Ms. Griffiths.
I can only make one nomination at a time, correct, Mr. Chair?
Correct.
I would nominate Travis Larrell for ASC.
That's Chair of Maryland, is that right?
So, I believe that is correct.
Yes.
Okay. And he
Treasurer.
Not the chair of Maryland.
He's the
He's
treasurer of Maryland.
Treasurer of Maryland, sorry.
Treasurer, yes, sorry, that's correct.
Did he submit an application?
Yes, I believe he did, somewhere in the 92 pages.
Yeah, it was a lot. Ms. Griffiths, then Ms. Fintish. Ms. Griffiths.
I nominate Connor Plonka, who, yes, submitted an application.
Ms. Fintish.
I would like to nominate Bryce Tone if he wasn't nominated already. I might be wrong.
Nope, he had not been.
And
Okay,
he's on the
so-
list.
Thank you. Mr. Martin.
I would nominate Josiah Baker.
And he submitted an application. I believe he did. I think I remember seeing it.
Yes, sir, I believe so.
Okay.
I tried rifling through the pages, but I admit I'm struggling.
Okay, I'm gonna put your hand down. And then so you can re-put it up if you need to. Madam Vice Chair,
I nominate Brittany Cozen.
did Brittany,
Yes, she did.
okay. it might speed things along faster if you just say if they're not an LNC member.
Oh,
If
yep,
you know
right.
for sure that they submitted an application, that'd be great.
Yes.
See no other hands up. Is that it for nominations? Mr. Martin. Mr. Martin.
Sorry, I was muted. My bad. Did you know what? I'm sorry. I think he already got nominated. My bad.
Who? Say the name just in case.
Courtois. I think Mr. Shaw already nominated him.
Dane Courtois. Yeah, he was the
Yes.
first. Yep.
Cool.
If there being no other nominations. Nominate.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. I do have one more.
Okay.
Let me nominate Kat McElroy.
Kat, gotcha.
I don't believe that she actually put in
She
the
submitted.
thing for
Oh,
that.
she didn't submit for
She only
affiliate support
wanted,
committee. I'm sorry.
Yeah, she
no,
submitted
she only
for audit
wanted to
committee.
be audit committee,
Miss
and I
Robson?
will be
Miss
nominating her. Yeah, no,
I'm
I'm gonna
sorry.
be
I'll put the
nominating her
papers
for
down.
that.
No. But wait to be recognized, please, Miss Robson. Because that one I did.
My
Sorry.
apologies, Mr.
Okay.
Chair. I apologize. I'll put the papers down.
You're fine. Okay, so I'm gonna go through this. I'm just kind of wrote the names down. Please don't anybody scream at me. LNC members, I have Amanda Griffiths, Mimi Robeson, Omar Mercurio, Susan Hogarth, and that I believe is it for LNC members. For non-LNC, I have Dane Cortez. And again, please, I know I'm going to butcher these. The secretary will fix it with the applications. Tony DeRazio, Valerie Sarwark, Tim Krenz, Charles Esther, Travis Laurel, Connor Plumpkin, Bryce Tone, Josiah Baker, and Brittany Kosin. Am I missing anybody? Mr. Martin, am I missing anyone that you named?
Did you mention Travis Laurel?
Yes.
Okay, then I think you got them all.
Miss Robson?
I just have a question. So we are nominating, or we have to have a certain number of LNC members
They'll
versus
be
the other.
separate. There'll be separate votes. So there'll be one
Okay,
vote
that was
for
my
the
question.
LNC members for the affiliate support and one for the non-LNC members. So there'll be two votes for the affiliate support committee, two separate votes.
Okay, but my question then is, we can have at least 3 LNC members, but we could have more than 3. So there's 4 LNC members that have been nominated at this point, correct?
Correct.
So
What
how
does
does
the
that work?
actual policy manual say? Does it say 3?
It says at least 3.
At least 3.
In other words, it could be 4.
But it's up to 7 members.
It's 7 members total with at least 3 LNC members. So
Point
how
of
do
order.
you do that with the open vote?
Point of order. That is not what the requirement is for the affiliate support committee. Actually, this is one that was missed by the previous multiple previous secretaries. At the LNC meeting in Miami in 2024, a policy manual amendment was made to that section. So it says a minimum of 7 members, not up to 7 members.
Okay, what does it say for non-LNC members?
A minimum of 2.
No, I believe, well, on what I saw, it's a minimum of, okay.
For non-LNC.
For affiliate.
Okay, so the vote for this, and everybody please be quiet. So the vote for this, there's a minimum of 3 LNC and a minimum of 2 non-LNCs. That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't get us
No,
to
it's not
7.
no, he said it's at least 7 total, which sounds like it could be more than 7.
Ms.
Correct.
If
Robson.
I'm not mistaken.
If I may.
Yes, Madam Vice Chair.
So
Oops.
the minimum of 3, minimum of
Hold
2
on,
doesn't mean.
hold on 1 second. Mr. Secretary, I accidentally muted you trying to let Edison in. Sorry.
Minimum of 3, minimum of 2 doesn't mean minimum of 5. You can still have minimum of 7 with it because it could be minimum of 3, which would then require at least 4, or you could have minimum of 2 non-members, which would require then at least 5 LNC members. So there's a minimum of 7, but of that 7, at least 3 need to be LNC members and at least 2 need to be non, but it can be 4 and 3, 5 and 2, etc.
How about this? For the vote, we put all of them together in one vote.
Mayor, you want some help the rest of the way?
Mr. Hanush, I recognize you.
All right. So you got that right. We put them all on the same ballot with the minimum of, regardless of how many votes they get, the top 2 of the blah, 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 LNC, I think, get on no matter what. And then the top 3, no matter what, the non-LNC get on.
You flipped it, Mr.
Yeah.
Hanush.
That's what I meant. I did blah, blah, blah for a reason. That's what I meant.
So we take the top 3 LNC, the top 2 non-LNC.
And then the rest would be whoever has the most amount of votes of who's left.
So whoever's at the
Two
top at
7.
that point. So let's say you have 7 non-LNC up at the top. Well, you
Mhm.
got to take your LNC. They're 8 through 10, right? So we got to take them. But then of the remaining positions, you would take the top, top vote getters from there.
Well, and so it'd be the top 3 LNC, top 2 non-LNC, and then the top vote getters after that up to 7.
Yes.
As long as they have a majority, yes.
Does everybody agree to that?
No.
No.
So I have a question about Opa Vote.
Mhm.
Everybody hear me?
Yep.
Does the interface on Opa Vote, does it have a limitation, or is it like an at-large election?
It can be
Are
run an election almost virtually however we want.
Okay.
It's what we always use to run votes where there are more than when there are a bunch of people running.
So, in my opinion, the LNC votes need to be separate and not have a limitation. And then for the non-LNC votes, there needs to be all the names and then a limitation.
See, the problem is with that is that would unduly heavily weigh the LNC seats. So we could end up with all 4 of the LNC seats when one of the LNC members maybe got less votes than the top 5 of the non-LNC.
Okay.
That would be my concern. Ms. Robson, then Mr. Ricuria.
Okay, so I'm still a little confused because I think I read it wrongly. So the secretary said that it's at least 7 members total. Does that not mean we could have more than 7 members if more than 7 members got a majority? So long as we've got at least 3 people that are LNC members, and we've got these other people that aren't LNC members, and everybody got a majority vote, we could have a whole bunch of people on the committee.
So the way that I would phrase it is that it's majority vote with a minimum of the top 3 LNC vote getters, the top 2 non-LNC vote getters, which would also include anyone who had a majority.
Right, but we could also have more than 7 members total.
Right, but then they would have to have a majority. So they'd have to have a bunch
Correct.
of people.
I'm saying so long as everybody has a majority, we could have a whole bunch of people. So
Correct.
how many people do we get to vote for in the Opa vote?
As many
That's
as you
my
want.
question. Okay,
as
cool.
many as you want. You could vote for the whole list.
Okay, cool.
Mr. Rocario and then Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Forgive me because I was just gonna sit quietly. And I just had it on my screen. It's a minimum of 7 members and also a minimum of 2 LNC members. I don't know why we keep saying 3. It's a minimum of 2. We could
Mr.
have 4.
Secretary.
I'm also going by the policy manual that the secretary just posted like 2 days ago. So
Does it
going
say 2 LNC members or 3 LNC members?
It says 2. I can show it on screen if you want.
Okay, I was basing it off of you saying 3.
I
Two.
That was
Yeah.
the point I was going to raise, Mr. Chair. So
Yeah. See, I'm just trying to clarify confusion. And then it also says chair selection, LNC chair. So when would that take place, Mr. Chair?
Immediately after the vote.
Okay, I yield. Thank you.
So does that make it clear?
Oh, okay, yeah, it's just majority vote and a minimum of 2 have to be LNCs. So we take whatever the we guarantee that we will take at least 2 LNC members if they don't cross the majority threshold to be the highest vote getters on the LNC. Okay.
Correct.
Yeah, and then once the vote is passed, then I'll appoint one of them to be the chair. Okay, is everybody clear on that? Everybody good on it? There'll be instructions when you vote. You can take that off your screen, Mr. Secretary. Okay. Mr. Shaw.
Motion that we open nominations for candidate support.
Okay. Candidate support, I believe, is we only elect the 2 LNC members, and then the chair under advisement of the committee appoints the rest of the members. Is that correct, Mr. Secretary?
That is correct.
Okay. So Mr. Shaw, you would like to open nominations for candidate support?
That's correct.
Okay, did you have a nomination?
I do. Travis Laurel.
He's not an LNC member. It's only
Oh,
LNC
oh,
members.
okay.
Mr. Hanush.
Olivia Hayes.
Okay. Mr. Denke.
I nominate Joe Hanush.
Mr. Shaw.
Barbara Engelhard.
Mr. Denke, is your
Applied
hand
for that.
still up?
Is that a problem?
I'm sorry?
I don't believe I applied for that one. Is that a problem?
LNC members don't have to apply for committee nominations.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, technically, we're out of time. I move to extend by 5 minutes.
Second.
Okay. Any objection to extending time by 5 minutes? Okay, hearing none. That will move to top 2 vote via OPA vote. Actually, hold on. Are there any other nominations?
wait, from the LNC or just in general?
LNC.
Okay.
Because there are no nominations for non-LNC to the candidate support.
Who has been nominated so far? I'm sorry.
Olivia Hayes, Joe Hanush, Barbara Engelhart.
Thank you.
Okay, nominate Mr. Martin.
I withdraw. I wait.
Okay. Mr. Rocario.
The recommendations, how should people recommend things to you? Should they email you?
The committee would recommend the action. So the 2 LNC members would recommend. Is my understanding. Is that correct, Mr. Secretary, or is it the LNC recommending?
It is the committee members. You're correct.
Okay. Hearing no additional nominations, we'll close nominations. That will move to an open vote of the top two. Again, to be started by 9 a.m. Eastern Monday morning and to close Friday at 11:59 p.m. Pacific. Ms. Robson.
Thank you. I think that we're now at the audit committee, and I
Correct.
would like to nominate Kat McElroy.
Okay, so we're going to open nominations for audit committee. It was opened by Ms. Robson.
And I
she
nominate
would like
Kat
to
McElroy.
nominate Kat McElroy. Thank you, Ms. Robson. Mr. Flores.
Dustin Koffel.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, what is for the audit committee?
For the audit committee, one non-officer LNC member and 2 non-LNC members, excluding the assistant treasurer.
Alternates, correct?
That's actually not specified.
I don't think so. It's because it
Alternates.
isn't, unless it specifically says that alternates are excluded, they're included.
I'm thinking of XCOM. Thank you.
Yep. I had Ms. Robson, Mr. Flores. I'm going to do Ms. Griffiths, then Mr. Nicola, then Ms. Nguyen, and then I'll come back through the list.
I nominate Jake Porter.
Okay. Mr. Nicola.
Hey, Kelly Nguyen.
Oh, you just got a funny look from her. You can decline the nomination if you want. Now I need you to say you accept the nomination.
I accept the nomination.
Thank you. I was saying if you're going to, I would need you to positively say it since you acted like you didn't want it. Ms. Fintish, then Madam Vice Chair, and then Mr. Martin. Ms. Fintish.
I nominate Travis Bust.
Thank you. Madam Vice Chair.
I nominate Angela Thornton.
What was the last name?
Thornton. THORNTON.
Thank you. Mr. Martin.
Did not want to unmute. Sorry about that, Mr. Chair. I nominate Travis Laurel.
Okay. Any other nominations? Since there is a fixed number of LNC and a fixed number of non-LNC, and those are fixed, 1 and 2, those will be separate. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay. Nominations are closed. We will send out those emails. The secretary will send out the OPA votes. So board members, please check your emails that those have gone out, because they don't get posted to the public list. It just goes straight to your email, but we will send out a notice to the public list that the votes have started. Next on the agenda is policy manual amendment, alternate participation, Mr. Denke.
Proceed to my alternate.
Okay.
Ms. Leatherman.
Yeah, so motion to amend the motion to add motion to add when the regional representative is absent or cedes their seat to their alternate for the entirety of an agenda item. Alternates are free to debate on email business, and alternates may vote on email ballots, but are only counted when regional representative has not voted or expressed an abstention. To the current rule, which is free substitution of alternates for regional representatives at LNC meetings is permitted. So I think this would just add
Hold on.
some very.
You gotta wait. So that was, you moved your motion, then it's gotta be seconded, and then we do discussion. So it was moved by Ms. Leatherman. Is there some? Okay, it's been moved by Ms. Leatherman. Go ahead and speak to your motion, Ms. Leatherman.
Oh, right. So I think this would just add some needed clarification to like under which circumstances alternates may debate or make motions. That's pretty much it.
Okay, on deck I have Mr. Shaw, Mr. Martin, and then Mr. Bost. Mr. Shaw.
Say that this meeting in itself shows that I don't think there's a problem here to be fixed. I mean, this meeting is run fairly smoothly. The alternates have been, participating. I don't see any problem with the participation, basically outside of voting, as long as we know, that who's voting for a particular region. I can't imagine any good reason why we'd want to limit other participation. It seems a little silly to me.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. Mr. Martin.
Sure. Okay, first of all, I just want to say that I believe that if this motion were passed, it would have no effect because it would violate member rights without due process and would violate the bylaws. So it's not something that we can actually do because alternates are members of the LNC and there are member rights that attach to them by virtue of their election. We don't just need a double or a second to stand in for us, right? They're elected by the state chairs that form the region and they are part of a team. And that team is regionally autonomous from the LNC. You can't tell us who can stand up and say what. In some regions, they may choose to put an alternate and a representative that disagree with each other, right? And that disagreement would be part of their robust representation as a region. For us to say you don't have a right to speak unless you're specifically being ceded to it violates their rights. It's absurd. It departs with past practice. And I believe it's like Mr. Shaw said, who are we protecting here? We're not protecting member rights, Mr. Chair. We're making rules to make our lives a little bit easier so we don't have to hear as many, I guess, views and opinions. And I think it's a terrible attitude to have, to say that these people who are trusted by their states to carry their representation cannot do so in the way that any ordinary member should. And we demonstrate that they are members of the LNC. For instance, an entire membership vote of the LNC would usually include alts, right?
No.
How do we reconcile that with this inconsistent position? So I'm very concerned that this is even being contemplated. I don't think there's a good reason for it, and it just seems like an attack on member rights. And regardless of what you guys do now, it won't change, things that happened last term. So I strongly urge the body to vote this down. And we really there's a bunch of PM amendments on the agenda tonight. We don't need a little rule for every annoyance on the committee. This is not a computer program, and it requires us to exercise good leadership and discernment and discretion and not try to create a one-size-fits-all rule for every minor problem that occurs to us. That is not good leadership. That's actually one of the things we stand against in the Libertarian Party. So I encourage you guys, if we're going to do policy manual amendments, we should be killing 2 lines for every line we propose to add or replace.
Okay.
With that, I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. As a point of correction, when we vote as the committee at large, it does not include the alts. The language for that is specifically to mean that it has to include the body, including counting abstentions and absences. So it would require 18 votes, essentially. Mr. Boss, Ms. Fintish, then Mr. Henush. Ms. Fintish.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I feel like a lot of this alt conversation has been stimulated by recent things, as Mr. Martin and Shaw pointed out. Things seem to be working just fine under the policy manual, as it says, saying free substitution of alternates for regional representatives at LNC meetings is permitted. I think there's been a little bit of confusion about what constitutes a meeting in general. You know, for me, it makes sense that if we're allowed to, you know, make motions and be able to engage in discussion during the actual meetings, as it says in the policy manual, the lead up to those meetings where we're making motions and having discussion online makes perfect sense. It's the same thing. So trying to create rules to further create bureaucratic obstacles. I mean, we're not a bureaucracy. I thought we're kind of against bureaucracy. I don't know why we would try and fix something that's not broken. It's not broken. It's working just fine. And we can have discussions about how to actually utilize it. But going through the policy manual and changing this one little line, I mean, if we want to go through the policy manual and throw out entire sections, we probably should be doing that because we're already very out of order with how we do meetings in the first place. So we can dig into it if you want to, but this is just another layer of, yeah, bureaucratic nonsense. Yeah, I yield.
Thank you. Mr. Hanush. I've got Mr. Hanush, then Mr. Bost, then Mr. Longstreth, and then Ms. Robson.
Thank you.
Go ahead,
Thank
Mr. Hanush.
Thank you. I agree with some of the points that I've made already, and I disagree with some of them. We've seen how this has been abused in the past, and I wish this policy manual amendment was not necessary, because I hate doing these things. These I consider to be another waste of time by the body. Unfortunately, it's something that we have to clarify. Each region gets one seat at the table, and we get each seat. You know, they get a primary and a backup, and that's the way it should be done. I think this meeting has gone pretty great, honestly, but this is not the way they've gone in the past. So that's why I'll be voting in favor of this. Thank you.
Mr. Bost.
Is it in order to amend the motion?
It would be.
All right, I've sent a copy. It was presented to me. I sent a copy to the secretary. And if there's no objections from my primary.
Oh, actually, yeah, it would need to come from your primary. I'm sorry, Mr. Bost.
Or if it's in order, I would move Mr. Bost's proposed amendment
How do you know what it says?
because
share it
we
with
worked
him.
on it.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Martin, are you taking up the amendment?
Yes, unless his region primary would like to do that instead. But I would object. I believe that in all it's prior custom to allow alts.
Alts cannot make motions or make
I've
amendments.
done it like 6 times in the last year or so,
You
maybe
were
7.
you were called out of order each time unless you were in the seat because Mr. Lamb either wasn't there or seated to you.
My
Respectfully, Mr. Chair.
Am I recognized, Mr. Chair?
Yes, you are, Ms. Hogarth.
Thank you. My alternate has asked to hold the seat for a moment.
Okay.
Offer and amendment. And
Thank you.
that's fine.
That's perfectly in order. Mr. Bost.
Yes. Am I still audible?
Yes.
The amendment would be to strike the words "for the entirety of an agenda item" and replace with "at any time in any matter except when voting in accordance with each region's agreement." The rest of the amendment would remain as presented.
Did you and you submitted that language to the secretary?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Secretary, do you have that language?
That language, I'm working on it now.
Okay. Is there a second to the amendment? Mr. Shaw seconds it. So we'll discuss the amendment while the secretary works on getting it up on the screen. Mr. Longstreth, you want to speak?
Mr. Chair, I'm going to pass on discussion for the amendment, but if I could be at the top of the queue when we come back around to the main motion.
You're assuming we'll get there. Ms. Robson. Ms. Robson.
Yeah, I'm not part of this amendment. I wanted to speak, actually to make another amendment, so.
do you want to make an amendment right now to amend their amendment, or are you wanting to amend the?
I'm not sure where we're at this moment, so I'm not sure what I'm supposed to, or what I want to do, actually. So
Okay.
I'd like to hear what he's trying to do, I guess. I don't know.
Secretary,
It's
can you
kind
get
of
it up on the
confusing.
clock? I'm going to stop time until the secretary can get the language up on the screen. That way, that's not eating into time, but we're also not going to have any debate or discussion.
Point of order?
Sure.
I think the last line I heard would be out of order. It's basically the regional agreement telling the LNC how they're going to conduct their seat. Does that make sense?
It does, but I'm gonna make a ruling on that and say the point's not well taken. For this reason, there was situations with their regional agreement that they allowed their alternates to oh, that was for a super region. I'm gonna say it's within order. Your point's not well taken. You can vote it down if you want. I don't see a reason why it wouldn't be within order for it to be in accordance with the region's agreement.
Okay, I hate to ask this, but where exactly are we with what we're trying to do? Because
There's an amendment right now, which is on your screen. The red part is being stricken from the current language of the main motion. The blue part is the addition. So it would strike for the entirety of an agenda item and would replace it with at any time in any manner except when voting in accordance with each region's agreement.
Okay. All right. Cool.
But then it would keep the alternates are free to debate on email business and alternates may vote on email ballots. But was that included?
Still on there.
Okay. So you need to add that last section, Mr. Secretary.
Jeez, I just added the language that was given to me.
So it would retain the last line.
My apologies, Mr. Secretary.
So.
Yep, that's correct.
Okay.
Okay. I'm starting the clock back up, Madam Vice Chair, because the language is correct.
May I speak to the motion?
Yes, you may speak to your amendment.
All right, what this means to me is it keeps the spirit of free substitution while also clarifying that we should be clear when we are seating our chair to our alternates. So that, to continue that thought, so the concern that we need to clarify what's going on, this does just that without inhibiting any rights of any members. As to alternate participation and discussion in the meetings, whether it's 18 people discussing or 25 people, 27 people discussing, that's just a matter of running the meeting. That's not a concern. The alts participate fully in all the committees unless specified otherwise. They're held to the same and anything except what we're talking about right here, which is debate. They're given full participation. I think it should extend here as well, and that it's not a problem to have 9 extra people that have the ability to raise their hands. This is not for voting or making motions. That's for in my in my viewpoint, that's still for the primary unless seated.
Okay, thank you. Again, briefly, everyone, Mr. Martin and then Ms. Fintish.
I want to speak. Unfortunately, this is not going to solve the problem because, and I'll give you an example why. If a region rep is in a car accident and is unable to notify the committee, the alternate would be banned from participation because it would be assumed the region rep is present in an email ballot situation, right? So the alt's participation would be impaired all the way up until the vote. And under this, it would basically say that we need to explicitly cede in order for them to have any participation rights. That would result in lawsuits. And it's absolutely egregious to think that we can just suspend member rights
I'm going to
through the
interrupt
policy
you.
manual.
I'm going to interrupt you to say that that's not accurate. Ms. Fintish is afforded during an email ballot to vote at any time. If you
But
fail
not
to vote
participate
or
and
abstain,
not raise a point of order. Sir, if you can't raise a point of order, then our region is losing its representation rights because of an arbitrary distinction that protects no one. There is no confusion as to what's going on. We're not having any difficulties on that. This is solely about suppressing member rights, and it is entirely pretextual, the idea that there's a problem to even solve in the first place. Just like when the government invents reasons
Okay.
to put flock cameras on the
briefly,
streets.
because there's a
This
lot
is
of other
no
people
different.
talking about member rights. Don't eat up the time. There are other members that want to be heard. So briefly,
The
Mr. Martin.
alternates, this amendment doesn't change anything. It's exactly the same motion. So when it comes out of this, it won't do anything. I would just move to strike all the language, but then in that case, it would just be voting it back down to free substitution is permitted. The regional agreement governs how alternate teams
Okay,
participate
thank
in
you,
the
Mr. Martin.
LNC, not
Thank you,
the
Mr. Martin.
LNC.
Mr. Martin, thank you. Ms. Fintish.
I was going to say in support of the amendment. I mean, as we can see with this meeting, right? Like it's flowing well and we're seating and everything's working the way that it's supposed to. It does sound like there's like past, I don't know, trauma is the right word, but experiences with the way it's written in the policy manual being misinterpreted or leveraged in ways that people don't agree with or want to fight over. So I feel like this new proposal that we are now amending is departing dramatically from how it's written in the policy manual. This amendment is actually reinforcing the original language, right? It's not actually changing that much. It's just reinforcing what it seems to be that everyone wants in the first place, right? Obviously, alts can't vote at the same time as their reps, right? No one's actually been trying to do that. But it does reinforce the original language, and it's a necessary thing because the original language that we are amending is a massive departure that would really restrict alt rights in the first place.
Thank you. Ms. Leatherman.
Sure, I believe we're at time. Unless you had something different.
We are.
Did you stop the clock? That didn't seem like 15 minutes.
Sure did stop the clock.
Okay, we're at time. So we move to a vote on this amendment, and then we go to, if this fails, we go to the main motion. Mr. Secretary, call the roll on the amendment. Does anybody need clarification? Everybody, please put your hands down.
Just to be clear, I'm leaving my, this is just
Yeah,
I'm
you
leaving
had
Region
seated.
5 vote to the
Yeah,
alt.
you ceded your participation. So, Ms. Leatherman, why is your hand up? I will lower it for you.
I lowered it.
Lowering your hand, Ms. Robson.
No, I want to know what we're voting on.
Well, then wait, and I will tell you. This is an amendment to the main motion. The amendment would strike for the entirety of an agenda item and add at any time in any manner except when voting in accordance with each region's agreement. That is the amendment. You need to take unblue the rest of that because that's not part of his Mr. Bost's amendment. Yep. Okay. So we are voting on the Bost amendment to the main amendment, to the main motion. So this would strike for the entirety of an agenda item and add at any time in any matter except when voting in accordance with each region's agreement. Call the roll.
Mr. Koffel,
Nay.
uh, Mr.
Mr. Danke,
To Ms. Leatherman for the duration of this main motion.
Oh, sorry. Understood.
Vote
Ms.
nay.
Leatherman,
Nay.
Mr. Flores, Vice Chair Griffiths,
Pass.
Mr. Hanoush, Ms. Hayes, Mr. Bost, Treasurer Neville,
Yes.
Mr. Longstreth, Mr. Martin,
did you say pass or yes?
he said pass.
Okay,
Pass.
gotcha.
I will also pass. Mr. Nikela,
No.
Ms. Wynn, Mr. Redpath,
No.
Ms. Robson,
Sorry, no.
Ms. Robson,
She said no.
Do you hear me?
sorry, Mr. Shaw,
Yes.
Mr. Thompson,
No.
Vice Chair Griffiths,
I vote yes.
Treasurer Neville, Mr. Martin,
The reason I abstain is I don't want to be part of violating member rights, and I don't feel like this amendment would address that issue adequately.
Thank you.
I will also abstain. All right, Mr. Chair, the vote is 3 ayes, 11 nays, 3 abstentions.
I will abstain.
All right.
So the amendment fails. We move on to the main motion.
Shall I begin?
Yes.
Mr. Koffel,
Hold on one second. Mr. Shaw, is this a point of information?
Was wondering if we were going back into debate on the main motion.
No, time expired.
all right, Mr. Koffel,
Vote yes.
Mr. Danke. Sorry, Ms. Leatherman, my apologies.
Sorry, I was muted. I vote yes.
Mr. Flores, Vice Chair Griffiths,
I vote yes.
Mr. Hanoush, Ms. Hayes. Would it be Mr. Bost?
Yes. It's Mr. Bost.
Mr. Bost. Treasurer Neville, Mr. Longstreth,
Yes.
Mr. Martin,
Because it's war on our values. Seriously. How can you guys do this? How can you fucking do this?
Hey,
Point of order.
come to order, Mr. Martin. Continue
I
the
vote,
roll.
I vote aye. Mr. Nikela,
Yes.
Miss Wynn,
Yes.
Mr. Redpath,
Yes.
Miss Robson,
Yes.
Mr. Shaw,
No.
Mr. Thompson.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, the vote is 13 ayes, 2 nays, 2 abstentions.
No, point of order, Mr. Chair.
What's your point of order, Mr. Martin?
The motion that we just purportedly passed is void because it violates the bylaws and member
That is not
rights.
in order, Mr. Martin. That is not a point of order. And the vote hasn't.
It is a point of
been yet
order. You
because
can
I
rule it
haven't
not well
voted.
taken.
Mr. It's not well taken, and you will be quiet. The vote is still going.
Yes, sir.
I will abstain.
Mr. Chair, the final vote is 13 ayes, 2 nays, 3 abstentions.
Okay, motion is adopted. Next item on the agenda is another policy manual amendment, affiliate petitions by Vice Chair Griffiths.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to be a little bit difficult. I know that will shock you. I have I would like to amend or offer a substitute motion for this amendment. What is the best way to go about doing that?
Unfortunately, so the motion has to be moved.
Okay.
And then it would have to be amended, but you can't amend your own motion.
All right. Is someone else able to move it so that then I could amend it?
I'll go ahead and move it so that you can go ahead and amend your motion so that we can just get this rolling.
Thank you, Mr. Flores.
Second that.
Thank you.
Okay, so it was moved by Mr. Flores. Mr. Flores, would you like to speak to your motion?
I would allow, is it,
You can just say no.
am I able to allow Ms. Griffiths to speak to it?
Ms. Griffiths is already, or should be in queue because she wanted to do something else.
Okay, I cede my time to her.
All right, thank you. So I would move to amend to strike everything after the appendix and then continue again on the secretary or chair shall forward the request. So essentially what we'd be doing is we would be striking the LNC shall only consider a petition for affiliation if, and then items 1 and 2. Be striking that. And the reason for striking that, or should I wait for someone to second that?
Hold on, I'm unclear on what your amendment here is.
So the current text right now is affiliate petitions, organizations that wish to become state level affiliates, etc. Shall only consider a petition for the affiliation if 1, the petitioner has held a public, physical, or virtual meeting. 2, reasonable notice shall be sent to all the current National Party members. The secretary or chair shall forward the request to all LNC members. So that's the current original text. I am suggesting that we revert to that text. So it's a substitute motion, but then strike the LNC shall only consider a petition for affiliation if, and items 1 and 2. I can speak to that, or I can wait for a second if there is one.
Did you send this language to the secretary?
It's already there because that's the current language. But if you would like for me to resend it, then I can.
I guess what I'm asking for is, so I've got current here.
Yes.
Affiliate petitions. I've got 2 sentences and then 2 parts and then a final paragraph. And then proposed is
it's
two paragraphs and then a closing sentence. So
correct.
Unclear what you're amending about.
This is an alternate motion. So it's I'm taking the original language and I am reverting back to it, but striking the numbered items and the sentence that precedes the numbered items.
So it would only read as organizations that wish to become state level affiliate party shall apply for such status on the petition form in the appendix. The LNC shall consider a petition.
It would take that part out and then it would jump to the bottom paragraph.
So it would stop at petition form in the appendix and then it would go to where?
It would go to that
This-
final
we
one
need
that
this in
says the
writing so we
secretary.
can put it
Yes,
up on this-
I
on the
copied
screen.
it, so I'm
Thank
going
you.
to send it now. I think I heard a second, so I can speak to it if
You
that's.
did, but I wanted to be clear first.
Okay.
I have it. Let me put it up on the screen and you can tell me if I have it incorrect.
All right. That is perfect. Yes, thank you. Speaking to it, first of all, I will still support the main motion. Yeah, wonderfully done. I will still support the original if that's what people would rather hear. The reason that I am proposing this change is because I believe that I would like to give more deference to affiliate autonomy or potential affiliate autonomy. I don't think it's right for the LNC to be telling affiliates who they need to notify for a convention. I understand the concern around it, but I think that if you have someone who's trying to spin up a new affiliate, then it should be up to them whom they choose to notify or not. And then we're able to see, was it fair? Did they notify enough people? Was this proper? But as for the policy manual, I don't think it's for us to dictate preemptively how people need to run their conventions.
I'm not going to say anything. I may comment towards the end of this. I have issues with it not specifically saying National Party member participation in it. That's always been a standard of an affiliate. But I'm going to recognize the body. Just me. Mr. Martin, Mr. Shaw, and then Mr. Hinch. So I have on deck Mr. Martin.
I am extremely concerned about what I'm seeing here in this, and I'm going to characterize how it comes across to me. It looks like we're saying that we're changing the rules so that we can play just outright unconscionable games with notice, so that we don't have to let our own members know. If an affiliate wants to spin up an estate, we could consider an affiliate that didn't tell everybody to come vote. And there's only one reason I can think about that. It's one thing to want to restrain an affiliate that's misbehaving. Maybe we have good reason to do that. But to change these rules in the middle of that process to completely disregard the safeguard that's in our own membership's best interest, right? I worry about the propriety of this. I worry that it may be out of order. I'm not 100% certain, but I'm really, this seems naked like partisanship. Like, not just that we had to stop an affiliate that we didn't like their behavior, but also that we want to engineer their replacement in a way that bypasses the will of our own members in that state. And I worry that doing this could actually open us up to legal liability, like so many other silly proposals. And I'm sorry to keep invoking that, but that's what it seems like. Mr. Chair, I object to the consideration of this. I can't do that to the amendment.
Yeah.
I apologize.
Yeah.
You're a step ahead of me there. But I guess for the record, Mr. Chair, I'm really concerned about this. This goes a big step beyond just, this makes the LNC into the evil that everyone has feared for decades, and the arguments against centralized party power. And I would urge the members to think carefully.
Yeah. I just want to say I'm waffling on. There's a part of me that does not feel like this is in order.
Draw, Mr. Chair, since I am fine with the previous one, anyhow. If you want to rule it out of order, I won't I won't object to the chair's
Of order? Point of order.
I don't think I have a reason to rule it out of order. I
Mr.
think I'm
Chair.
mostly debating here, Mr.
Point of
Secretary.
order. I don't believe the motion was seconded.
It was.
It was.
Oh, it was. My apologies.
Because I checked the second before I let somebody speak to their motion. I can't engage in debate. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have on this. Mr. Shaw and then Mr. Hinish. Oh, hold on.
Chair.
I need to let Barbara in.
Considering what I'm seeing here and the huge implications that something like this could have, I would like to make a motion that we table this whole thing to a future meeting so that this can be properly workshopped and we can figure out the implications. Because trying to figure this out in just a couple minutes for something like this that could have such large implications on, to our organization, I think we're moving a little too fast here. We need to get this workshopped and something that people can look at over a period of time before we show up to vote on it.
It is in order. A motion to table would be in order.
I'll second that.
And I believe it would just go to a vote.
Thank you.
Yeah, so Mr. Secretary, if you can spin up another ballot for a motion to table.
Understood.
Mr. Shaw?
A table to win.
Yeah, that is a problem.
Yes,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Does he mean postpone?
Yeah.
So
Yes.
the intention here is to basically take what we're doing here, put it on pause until a future meeting so that this thing can be,
Would you are you saying you want to postpone this item until the next LNC meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, my assumption is that there may be some workshopping that could end up happening in between the two meetings so that we have something that's a little bit
Okay,
more.
no debate.
Yeah.
I just wanted the clarification. So it's a motion to postpone until the next LNC meeting. Do you have that, Mr. Secretary?
Still working on it. Give me a second.
Okay.
All right, let me get it up on screen.
Hold on. Yeah, a motion to postpone to a date certain is debatable. Only a motion to table isn't debatable. So Mr. Hanush, did you have your hand up to debate the motion to postpone? Go ahead, Mr. Hanush.
For the amendment, to the amendment thing, but yeah, nothing on this.
Okay. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Secretary, to bring the roll call up. Everybody understand that we're voting to postpone this until the next LNC meeting, which would be August 2nd. Mr. Koffel, is this a point of information?
Yes, it is. So to clarify, we would be postponing consideration of the substitute motion.
The entire
which-
thing.
The entire agenda item. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, proceed to a vote, Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Koffel,
Pass.
Mr. Danke,
Yes.
Mr. Flores, Vice Chair Griffiths, Mr. Hanush,
Yes.
Ms. Hayes,
Can I abstain for now?
You mean pass? She meant pass, not abstain.
Understood.
Thank you.
Ms. Hogarth,
Yes.
Treasurer Neville, Mr. Longstreth,
No, you know what? Vote no. I'm sorry.
Mr. Martin,
Get yourself sued if you want, or not. Either way.
vote aye. Mr. Nikela, Ms. Nguyen,
Yes.
Mr. Redpath,
Yes.
Ms. Robson,
Abstain.
Mr. Shaw,
Abstain.
Mr. Thompson,
Yes.
Mr. Koffel, Ms. Hayes,
I'm gonna say no.
Mr. Chair, the vote is currently 12 ayes, 2 nays, 3 abstentions.
I'll abstain.
So the final vote is 12 ayes, 2 nays, 4 abstentions.
The item is postponed to the next meeting. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is policy manual legal amendments or legal matters. I am going to pass the gavel to Ms. Griffiths for this one.
Right.
I can't raise my hand.
Right. Would you like to move?
Yes. Yeah, I'd like to move policy manual amendment on legal matters. Move to amend policy manual section 1.06 legal matters, creating section 2, authorize the management of lawsuits, to add the following line after the second sentence of the final paragraph. LNC members shall be permitted to observe meetings of the litigation committee.
All right.
May I speak to my motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
I brought this on behalf of a discussion with other members who requested this. I'm not saying that it necessarily is a good idea or a bad idea, but I said I would bring forward the motion and to kickstart the debate and discussion. The litigation committee operates as a confidential committee where they do the business of making recommendations, reviewing things from the attorneys, and then ultimately submitting that to the chair and the executive committee for them to make decisions. But the final decision lies with the chair and the executive committee. The question was presented that the body doesn't know what the deliberative process is. My rebuttal is that when it is time for the directors as a whole, for the board as a whole, not just the executive committee, to make a decision on something, that they're then informed of all of the discussions as we've exampled in our own meetings, which I obviously can't go into, but everybody's allowed to speak, everybody's allowed to ask questions. The members are sent the court filings. Actually, we have been posting the court filings publicly. So I don't know that it's necessary, but that there are members of the litigation committee that are here that can speak to it now. Mr. Nikela is on it. He oversaw it when he was chair, and so I would ask him to speak.
All right, Mr. Nikela.
Madam Vice Chair. I think this is a double-edged sword, and I'll explain why. I think there's some members of this body that would probably do well seeing what's going on in litigation committee, why the decisions are being made, and probably helpful for them to make future decisions, or at least to play along and provide oversight. Now, on the other side of the coin is the fact that this board has had many leaks. We've had private discussions recorded and aired. We've had confidential marked documents and threads forwarded to the public list, or put out elsewhere. So unfortunately, I don't feel it's responsible to have the entire committee have access to these confidential meetings. And quite frankly, furthermore, I don't think it would add much of value to the committee in terms of carrying out the directive of the executive committee, of a lawsuit that the LNC had authorized. Now, I've had conversations with fellow LNC members about what would it look like to have more, I guess, transparency in the sense of the committee at least releasing some kind of updates periodically, shortly after meetings, or the ability for the committee to directly address LNC members. But to have a whole committee micromanaging or even observing, I think opens up too much room for opinions that don't need to be heard, and also it opens the door up for leaks that could absolutely jeopardize lawsuits, that could absolutely try to influence the committee in ways that I don't think are appropriate, at least not at least outside of the current committee process of the LNC. And so for those reasons, I can't support this amendment, but I do appreciate conversations to be had in order to try to bring a little bit of light on the litigation committee, or at least explain what has happened in the last committee through reporting or conversations directly with the board that I hope would satisfy the curiosity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Michaela. Mr. Martin.
Chair, I'd like to first of all say that regardless of our opinions on how many opinions we wish to hear, which seems to be the driving concern of many members, the law requires that the elected directors of this organization provide due diligence and oversight in their duties. That would include the right of inspection and to look at the records on which our decisions are based. The current way that things are being run violates the law and opens us up to all kinds of problems because the litigation committee is a black box. A director is not allowed to know why they're making the decisions they're making or on what basis. We just have to basically accept their recommendations or not with no other information. And if we ask, we are named and shamed and attacked publicly, and horrible things are said about us in all kinds of groups all over the place because we are asking about something that it is our job to ask about. We're supposed to oversee this. So if you're elected to this committee, you don't get to just wall off information from the other directors and say, no, you guys can't see how we got here. Right? If there are real confidentiality leaks, not trumped up nonsense, then there's ways to deal with it appropriately. Right? But that's not the situation. That's not the real problem right now. The real problem is our direction is irresponsible if we cannot all be informed on why we're taking it. I can't, in good conscience, vote blind. And it's absurd that people want to say you should, Mr. Director, because we don't want to suffer your opinions, even though I would have no right to interrupt a meeting that I'm not a seated member in. I would only be able to observe and understand for my own duty of due diligence. And so this is being construed as like a right to disrupt. It's offensive and it's a problem. Here's the problem. We don't need a rule saying we're permitted to do this because we are already permitted to do it. And as you guys know, this is something that any member could very quickly take the LNC to court over and sue them, and rightly so. And a court would order that the litigation committee needs to be open to directors. This is not even a controversy. So I support the idea and the intent behind this motion to allow directors to do this, but I don't think we need a new special rule in the policy manual telling us what is already our member rights.
Thank you, Mr.
So
Martin.
something
You've
is
had 2
really
minutes.
wrong here, man.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Shaw.
So there are a couple things I heard here. One of them is, opinions that are not needed. I gotta say, we're directors of this organization. Our opinions are needed. Secondly, Confidentiality. We all signed NDAs. If those are violated, there's consequences. The idea of having something like that blocked away from the rest of the board of directors seems unacceptable to me. I do support the thing that the LNC chair has brought forth. Now, I'm not entirely sure whether or not the organization even has the ability to rightfully keep us out of those, but I certainly will support something that will make it possible for us to observe.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. Mr. Hanush, you're next.
I'm generally in favor of being able to get more context by being able to observe, these meetings and just get context for it. I've done that in the past with government meetings, and context adds a lot of value to how you see a governing body make decisions. Instead of just like, oh, a motion comes up and they vote and then that's it. Zero discussion sometimes in public. But there's a lot that goes on in the background. And this is part of that background. So I'm in favor of having this open. And frankly, I thought it was already open before. So I'm in favor of it, but I do want to be, just like what we talked about earlier, we had to change something because people would abuse things. I hope that people won't be abusing this. And of course, it was already brought up, leaking something, and this says observe. That term is very important. If this says participate in, I probably would be against this, but it says observe. So any members that are not on the litigation committee that are observing the meeting should be doing exactly that, observe, not participating in, unless the board wants to open it up to them. So I'll be voting in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hanush. Mr. Chair.
Actually, we should want to go to Ms.
We are
Finch so I can
okay,
close out.
Ms. Fintish.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Yeah, I just want to second what Mr. Hanush was just saying. He did bring up the fact that it doesn't need to be articulated the way that I think that this motion is mostly fairly useless, because this is already the way that it works. It's already set in stone. It's already part of our bylaws. But yeah, if we must try and define it even more, I don't know why, again, we're just bureaucratically adding in words for no reason. We've been sitting here for like 5 hours. There's plenty of things that we could actually be doing that would be supportive. But if we really need to like redefine something that's already defined, then I support that.
Thank you, Ms. Fintish. Mr. Chair, would you like to conclude?
Yeah, I'd like to close out. DC law requires records. The records are given to the body for making those decisions. It does not say that you need to sit in and listen to the work product of a confidential legal committee, talking to attorneys, talking to potential witnesses. It doesn't require that. The records are produced, the documents are produced. The executive committee sees them. The board sees them. And quite frankly, the public sees them after they're filed. I've tried not to cast aspersions, but I'm gonna say it this way. If this had been opened up for the entire LNC to watch and participate, the New Mexico lawsuit would not have happened. If it is allowed to open up now, other lawsuits will be thwarted. I have very little doubt in that. So I think it's a bad idea.
Do we have 10 minutes for this or 15, Mr. Chair?
Let me look on here. It was 15 minutes.
Okay, pardon me. Go ahead.
So those are the concerns. I brought this motion forward specifically because it was asked to have a discussion, and it was the discussion that was had offline was to bring a policy. I said I would bring a policy manual amendment for the body to debate and discuss. So I did that. I did what I said I was going to do and what I was asked to do. If the body decides they want those meetings to be open to every board member, then the meetings will be open to every board member. That's all.
Thank you. Mr. Martin, you've already spoken. Well, both of you already spoken. Mr. Martin.
Thank you. So I'll just be really clear here. A committee recommendation saying we should do this or we should do that is not sufficient for me to make a decision about suing other libertarians. And I'll just concede the chair's point a second ago that he made. If Sunlight and our members knowing what's going on, not just our broad membership, but directors having access to that information would somehow derail it, then it means we didn't have good merits. We didn't have a good reason, right? This is not about confidentiality. That's, in my opinion, a completely hyperinflated nonsense issue. The real issue is exactly as the chair said it. There are lawsuits against libertarians that would not proceed if everybody had all of the information, or perhaps other lawsuits that would proceed if everybody had all the information. Who knows? But that's the problem, is that we're gatekeeping the information, not from like the general public, but from each other. Elected representatives whose job it is to serve the membership, not the convenience of our administration. Once again, it's very convenient to hold secret negotiations. The last litigation committee, Madam Chair, they met with opposing counsel and with third parties and broke our NDA. And this is all a matter of very public record. They did not inform the committee until one of those people notified us through an email asking why the settlement negotiations they've been having fell apart. This is the kind of misconduct that takes away the confidence that our members need to know that if we're going to do something like this, it's for good cause. And we've all looked at it. They need to be able to trust our decisions, not have us fighting over who's allowed to speak or see what's happening. And I just think if you need that kind of secrecy, it's because you got things to hide. And I'll leave it there.
Thank you,
Just
Mr.
like the government.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Mr. Nikela.
Thank you. I wanted to clarify a comment. When I say unwanted opinions, it's not that I don't value the opinions of my colleagues. It's that when we have a committee who's working on a project or working on something over a length of time, and somebody comes into that committee brand new, there's a whole set of circumstances, history, and explanations that would have to be brought forward to bring that person up to speed. Does it have 18 people come in, whatever number of people, alternates that are, come in to a committee setting and try to form opinions around just a slice of the pie, not seeing the full picture? That is why I think small committees like this are very important and need to be left alone to some degree, trusted with a very important task. And I'll say that the committee has been nothing but above board. We have real attorneys on the committee. I'm not one of those attorneys, but we have real attorneys on that committee. And I think the committee has made great progress carrying out the executive committee's initiative. Perhaps what this LNC needs is an opportunity to sit down one-to-one with the committee on a committee to LNC basis to perhaps go back and explain some of the backstory and actually answer questions and things like that. That might be more helpful than the LNC coming in during a slice of the pie and then seeing only one part of the whole. And all the other concerns I had about before as well with leaks and everything else, I think are extremely important to consider. But that's all I got.
Thank you. We are at our
Mr.
15 minutes.
Madam
Yes.
Chair, yes,
Yes.
one more time,
Thank
yeah.
you.
Thank you.
So we'll move to a vote then. Mr. Secretary, if you want to go ahead and prepare the ballot.
Understood.
Point of order. Sorry.
Yes.
I will be ceding this vote to my alternate.
Thank you, Mr. Flores.
Shall I take the vote?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Koffel.
Sorry, I was waffling.
Mr. Danke.
No. You're asking me?
Yeah, skip. Thank you.
Mr. Hanush,
Yes.
Ms. Hayes,
No.
Ms. Hogarth,
Yes.
Treasurer Neville, Mr. Longstreth, Mr. Martin, I will be voting nay. Mr. Nikela, Ms. Nguyen,
No.
Mr. Redpath,
No.
Ms. Robson,
Sorry, pass.
Mr. Shaw, Mr. Thompson,
No.
Mr. Martin.
Secretary, please note for the record that I cannot participate in this vote. It is absolutely
Wait, excuse me, we're in the middle of the vote, Mr. Martin. Mr. Martin,
vote on
it's
it.
not a
To vote on it
monologue,
is
it's a
to
vote.
legitimize.
Mr.
It's to
Martin,
legit.
come to order, please. Mr. Martin has indicated he's not participating.
Ms. Robson,
No.
Mr. McMahon,
Madam Chair, I am allowed to make an express abstention, and when
You
I
may make an
expressly abstain,
express abstention and
I
not
am
give a
allowed.
monologue,
I am
Mr.
allowed
Martin.
to give a
Mr.
reason
Martin,
for my
come to
abstention.
order.
Point of order.
You can make your point of order after we finish the vote. It's almost over.
You're depriving me of my vote.
Would you like to change your vote?
I would like to make a point of order about my ability to abstain. Never mind, I'll leave it.
Thank you.
all right.
I would just, Madam Vice Chair,
Yes,
I believe he did express an abstention.
he did.
All right. Madam Vice Chair, the vote is 4 ayes, 11 nays, and 2 abstentions.
I will abstain. Thank you. The motion fails.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Martin.
Members must be allowed to exercise the same rights as other members. And while you may find my commentary sometimes inconvenient,
Mr.
it
Martin,
really hampers business, ma'am, when we cannot proceed because of silly bickering.
you're
When it
welcome.
just take me 5 seconds. I yield.
You're welcome to give your commentary, Mr. Martin, and I believe the chair is eager to resume the gavel, I'm sure. You're welcome to give your commentary during debate, not during a vote. That is also in the interest of member rights, so that their votes are not unduly influenced.
Madam Chair, I would suggest that you read up on how that you can give a reason for an
Call the member to
abstention.
order.
I'm sorry, Mr. Anish?
Please call the member to order.
Thank you. Mr. Martin, please come to order. Mr. Chair, would you like to resume your gavel?
That sounded like a plea.
I also need to plug in
yes.
my computer, so.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is a motion to create an ad hoc records and policy manual committee. Mr. Martin. I think I have that. Yes.
I move as written that we create an ad hoc committee. We need to review the minutes. Should I wait for a second before speaking?
Yes. There a second?
Is there a second?
Second. Okay. Who was the second?
Mr. Flores seconds.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Mr. Martin.
This is an extremely important item of business. For the last year, our committee has basically been running dark with scattered minutes, which are not being regularly approved. A lot of the members that would be required to vote on them are no longer on the committee, and there is some issue about collecting these and making sure that we have records over the last year. This is important, especially for new members. There's things that have already come up in committee before. It's really helpful to know about those. And it's not fair to them if they don't have accurate records available. So my intent with this committee would be to go and reconcile the minutes and the meetings and make sure that all of the policy manual amendments and other stuff is properly accounted for. It's largely housekeeping, but it's really important because we have a serious problem if we don't have approved minutes for a lot of our decisions. Because if it's ever challenged, something like that could become a real problem for us in a legal perspective. So I'm hoping that we can kind of clean up the mess from last term.
Ms. Robson.
Okay, so all I want to say is that we actually have stuff in our, all of our policies and bylaws about this. We have auto approval. We already have those things. If they didn't happen to go the way that we would have loved in previous administrations, that's great, because they can only, minutes can only be done at meetings, but we have auto approval so long as it's within the certain number of days. Secretary is tasked with all that stuff. I think that having an additional committee to try to deal with that stuff that's already supposed to be happening is kind of silly. So I would be voting against this.
Just my 2 cents. While the secretary has done an amazing job and has actually compiled things that the 3 previous secretaries missed in the policy manual and added them and corrected them, which I think is above reproach. I think he's done an amazing job. I don't see any harm in the committee existing and doing the thing. That's just my 2 cents. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to correct a bit of misinformation or maybe just a misunderstanding from Ms. Robson. My understanding was that auto approval was not effective because minutes were not posted at the proper time to trigger auto approval provisions, breaking that provision and resulting for the need to pass them in a regular meeting. When they were moved prior to the convention, the committee actually laughed them down and expressly decided not to have any minutes for the business. So there is a serious problem about having them. I do hope that we can clean it up. That's my hope.
Most of
Otherwise,
that is correct,
it's possible.
but I'll correct one thing. They didn't get laughed
Yes, sir.
down. It was said that they didn't have enough time to review them, therefore they wanted to hold them. But not laughed down. You might have been laughing them down, but that was the stated reason. Ms. Fintish.
Thanks, sir.
I have Ms. Fintish, then Ms. Robson.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I appreciated Secretary McGee's work on updating the policy manual. However, I do have some questions regarding it. I want to ask him. They're just out loud questions, and maybe you can inform me, Mr. Chair. I know especially for the December, was it 6th? Yeah, the 6th through 7th, 2025 regular meeting, there is a missing video. And that is not posted online. The part 1 is missing. And so my question is, my support of a motion like this is based upon the fact that there does seem to be a lot of missing information. And I think it's a lot to put on one person, no matter how amazing Secretary McGee is, and being able to review all of that. So that's why I think something like an ad hoc committee to be able to review those things is necessary, just so that it can be fully looked at. And also, I am curious, do we have a record of that video and where it might be?
I'm verifying right at this minute because I posted them, all of the video.
No, it's been broken for a while. It's part 1. So
Let me look.
I don't know if, yeah.
It is not there. It is linked, but it is not there. I will dig into the YouTube account to figure out why it's not there.
And if I
don't
could
know
just-
if it was we had one video in October that had a content strike because of somebody showing pornography. We didn't have the ability to share turned off. So somebody shared their screen and played some hardcore porn that got that video content striked, and it just needs to be, somebody needs to go in and edit out that little, literally like 3-second clip, and then resubmit it. But I do see that part 1 for December 6th is going to a dead link, and I'll dig into that to look to see why that is.
Thank you. I'm just
Worst
saying
case
that
scenario, I
as
did save all the videos, so
Yeah.
I can re-upload them.
Okay, wonderful. Yeah, just as support for the ad hoc committee, so that it can be reviewed properly. Thank you.
It was a really awful video, by the way. It was done from, we had somebody who was going to be doing video streaming from it, and it kept getting delayed and delayed and delayed and delayed and delayed and problems. So we just had Drew, who's on staff, stream it from his little camera off of his laptop. So it's literally just looking at me and Nikayla basically for 2 days. It's fun.
Terrible.
Sorry, didn't mean to hijack. Miss Robson.
I just want to say that after what y'all have talked about, I totally take back what I said. I think we should have this committee. I think that we've apparently done a really shitty job of that. So I take back this and I will be voting in favor.
As an update, Karen Ann Harlos just messaged me to let me know that all of the videos are also on LPDIA, which is actually our official record, by the way. Any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote.
Mr. Phillips.
Mr. Koppel. Mr. Danke. Mr. Phillips. Vice Chair Griffiths.
Aye.
Mr. Hanush. Ms. Hayes. Ms. Hogarth.
Yes.
Treasurer Nebel. Mr. Longstreth. Mr. Martin. I will pass. Mr. Nikayla.
I will vote aye.
Ms. Wynn.
Abstain.
Mr. Redpath.
I'll vote yes.
Ms. Robson.
Vote yes.
Mr. Shaw. Mr. Thompson.
He fell off, I do believe.
Oh, my apologies.
Looking, and I don't see his phone number anywhere, so I do believe he fell off.
Understood. All right, then Mr. Danke.
I'll abstain.
I will also abstain.
You abstained under Nikayla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been a long meeting. All right, Mr. Chair, the vote stands at 10 ayes, 0 nays, and 6 abstentions.
I'm going to vote yes.
So the final vote is 11 ayes, 0 nays, and 6 abstentions.
Thank you. Next item, motion passes. Actually, one question. Something that I didn't ask you. One second, please. Find it there. Mr. Martin, what's your intention on populating this committee?
Sorry, let me turn myself on here. I don't imagine that I will be in control of the committee or any of its outcomes, so I will leave it up to the discretion of the body. I am willing to serve on this committee if the body so sees fit, and I would be happy to do so, but it's really just about making sure that the records get taken care of.
Since it's an ad hoc committee, is there any objection to the chair filling the committee?
I think it would probably be best optics if it wasn't people from the. If I could just put an
Just
input
trust
on
me.
it, it would be good to
Just
have
trust
at
me.
least one.
Mr. Martin, just
Yes,
trust me for once. Thank you.
I can do that.
Okay, I will make the appointments tomorrow morning to the ad hoc committee.
Thank you, sir.
Sometimes it's best just to trust me. I know it's not in your nature, but
If I may, Mr. Chair,
yeah,
I was just going to suggest that it should probably be a mix of
I'm not going to put anybody
people
that
who.
was an officer. I'm not putting myself on the committee.
Yes, sir. Yeah. I just meant
You'll
like a
be
mix
fine
of
with it,
some who
trust
are
me.
there, some who are not. Yes,
You'll
sir.
be fine with it.
Thank you.
And if you're not, you can bring it up to me. Next item on
Thank you,
the
sir.
agenda is item K, policy manual amendment to eliminate the financial standards committee. Madam Vice Chair, I'm gonna pass the gavel to you again.
So from last time. All right. Would you like to introduce your motion?
Yes. Item 4K, policy manual amendment to eliminate the financial standards committee. Move to strike financial standards committee from section 103, committees, committee appointments, and to strike section 104, committee scope and responsibilities, 9 financial standards committee, abbreviated FSC.
All right. There's a second.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Redpath. All right, discussion?
May I speak to my motion?
Yes, please.
Thank you. So this was a knee-jerk reactionary thing, and I actually spoke against it before I was on the LNC at the May 20, whatever year that was, meeting in Grand Rapids, the LNC in-person meeting. Prior to being on the committee, I spoke against it at the time as something that hamstrings staff. This requires anything over $600 to go through the financial standards committee for their approval. The intent was to prevent massive rogue spending. What it does is it prevents staff from being able to do something that they raised money for or was within the budget, but wasn't expressly described for that purpose, but was budgeted for it. Staff has had this happen numerous times. They had it happen numerous times last year. The important thing that I think the original intent of the committee was to monitor spending to prevent, like I said, wild, unreported spending. With the audit committee that will be populated by Friday, I think the audit committee doesn't have to be something that is only serving to produce an audit for the convention, which is in 2 years. We're not populating the audit committee today to produce an audit report to be presented to the body at convention. We're populating the audit committee now to be monitoring the inflow and outflow to make sure that there's no shenanigans going on. So I'd like to untie the hands of our staff to be able to make decisions to do things, and to be able to move rapidly and quickly to do those things when they're already, money has already been raised for a project or something like that. I'll give an example. We had a series of videos created for candidate training. The money was already raised, but it was denied by the FSC and had to come back to the full board to vote again. And it was a time delay when the money had already been raised to do the thing. It wasn't the Financial Standards Committee saying, making a political statement. It was them saying, well, we don't think the money should be spent on this. So, Mr. I'm not the chair.
Yep, thank you.
Sorry, I yield. Sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Nikela.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Is it the chair's intention to have the audit committee? I mean, he basically stated it, but is the intention to have them to form some kind of structure where the audit committee would be maybe not, I don't know what the advising role would be specifically, but in some capacity, look over the books and make sure that things are above board and that they're accounted for within the budget and yada, 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 yada. Essentially the spirit of what the Financial Services Committee was originally designed to do.
Mr. Chair, would you like to respond to that?
Sure. Yeah, I think the audit committee isn't about approving the expenses, but accounting for the expenses. We also have a comptroller through our bookkeeping company that monitors all of that. And we have a third party who is managing the books, and it gets reported to the treasurer, and the treasurer oversees it with staff and then makes that report. So there's a lot of checks and balances that go into following the money. But like I said, it was a knee-jerk reaction to stop the spending of the money first. And sometimes that is very damaging.
I would like you to try to open up a call center in Delaware at least once a quarter just to pressure test the committee.
Sure.
Okay.
Mr. Hanush.
Thank you. I actually think that we need to keep this committee because we do need financial oversight because of the what has happened in the past, and hopefully to stop it from happening in the future. I don't think this is I don't think any time is the right time to not have financial oversight. I don't think they should be. I get the issues, and I don't think the financial service or whatever committee should be overriding the LNC. That should not be a thing. So if that's an issue, we need to get rid of that line item and their authority. But as far as just things going for transparency reasons, I think it's a good thing. So there's no one just making a unilateral decision to spend $4,000 a month for something. And so I would like to see multiple members' eyes on financial transactions.
Thank you, Mr. Redpath.
Yes, I would like to speak in favor of this motion. I was on this committee. I think we have Doug Nebel as treasurer now. We have Steve Dasbach as executive director. I think we're good. I think this is a layer of bureaucracy that is not needed and can really slow things down. And really, I was on this committee. It really didn't accomplish much. So I really do favor this motion. I don't think we will financially suffer, and I think we will be able to move more quickly for needs that really need to be addressed. So thank you.
Thank you, sorry, Ms. Fintish.
Yeah, can you remind me, Madam Vice Chair, is it $600 is the cap? That anything needs to be reviewed above that? Or I could ask, Mr. Chair.
You could also ask the chair. Yes, I think so, but I'll let him confirm.
Yeah,
Yes.
so I would be, I'm not voting on this, but I would feel in favor of keeping something like this, but maybe if someone had an amendment or something about raising that threshold, because here in Oregon, as chair, I have a $500 threshold, right, where I have to go and get permission, get it reviewed and all that. So $600 seems pretty low, especially for with how much money the LNC will spend at a time. So I understand the need for it. I would, support someone raising that threshold though, in order to keep it.
Thank you. Mr. Martin.
I have a question for Mr. Chair, if you'll allow it, Madam Chair. I'll first just say, I think it's important that we all kind of live under the same rules. And, I was concerned when I saw this at first that it was like, oh, well, rules for thee, but none for me. But hearing where it's coming from, it seems like that might not really be the case. I do agree that, I kind of can see both sides of this. There's a value in having some good, safeguards against people who run away with their power on the one hand. On the other hand, a party has to be able to respond quickly, intelligently, get the bills paid, and be reliable. So it's kind of a difficult balance. I think the question for Mr. Chair is, do you feel, and maybe it's a clarification on the motion, it sounds like what we're doing is we're having the audit committee take over this functionality. Is there perhaps a way that we could get the audit committee to maybe report on some things maybe more often, or take a more active role in oversight to help make sure that we get the level of financial oversight we want, but it doesn't function as a barrier? Would that be something that might help some of the other members maybe find some agreement on this? I guess I should ask, are you open to
Recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, you may respond.
That is actually my intent. I want the audit committee to be providing reports regularly, monthly, quarterly, something where they're actually looking through the spending and giving those reports as a separate to the financial reports that we're getting from the treasurer and also through our accounting firm. But that's what I want the audit committee to be doing, to be independent from us, to look at that and to be that safeguard, but not the barrier. I can tell you, if I may elaborate, Madam Vice Chair.
Yes.
We just came up against it because we don't have a financial standards committee. And that's why me and Dosbach are going alone to Freedom Fest on our own dime. So we can't just approve things. So we just said, screw it. We're just going to go. Those are things that happen. That should be in the normal course of doing things. If a piece of software that you only need for 2 months is less than $600, but is $600 for the year, but we need the piece of software today to do a thing, it either has to be paid for out of the chair's pocket, because he's such a wonderful dude, or you have to wait for the Financial Standards Committee to approve it because it's over $600 for the year as a service, even though we're not going to keep it for the full year. So, it's just a barrier of approval. It's a level of bureaucracy that we would want to kill if it was a township advisory board, when there's already an outside audit that is done, that I would like to see them doing more than just preparing the audit report for convention. I'd like them to be providing information to the full board without a filter on a regular basis. I don't know if monthly would be fair to say to them, but at the minimum quarterly. I'd love to see monthly, but that's what I would like to see.
Thank you.
If I could,
yes,
if
Mr.
I could offer, if Mr. Chair agrees that this is a good idea, perhaps I could offer just a simple amendment to say, request the audit committee to provide quarterly reports in taking over the duties of FSC without the approval? You don't have to spell all that out, obviously, but
Well,
would that be in
Point of-
order? Is that
if you're-
necessary?
I don't think it would be in order to amend this to say that for the within the policy manual. I think it would need to be a separate thing. And Mr. Martin, I'm happy to workshop this with you, and then I will kick it off as an email ballot if that would work.
I'm open to that. I'll let you guys decide how. Thank you for sharing and for your candor. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on this? All right.
Lower
Move
your
to,
hand, Mr. Martin.
move to a vote, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Secretary? Thank you.
I went to sleep.
Yes, here we go. Mr. Koppel. Mr. Danke.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Flores.
To Mr.
He's-
Phillips.
He seceded to me. So yes.
Mr. Hanush.
No.
Ms. Hayes. Ms. Hogarth.
Since we no longer have an incompetent thief as a chair, definitely yes.
Treasurer Nebel. Mr. Longstreth. Mr. Martin.
I will abstain.
I will vote aye.
Mr. Thompson is back, but he's back. Just FYI.
I saw. Give me a second so I can rename him.
I'll rename him.
Okay, we can go ahead. All right, Mr. Kayla. Ms. Nguyen.
Yes.
Mr. Redpath.
Yes.
Ms. Robson.
Yes.
Mr. Shaw.
On this one.
Mr. Thompson.
Abstain.
Mr. McMahon. Sorry, Chair McMahon.
Because I'm chair, I'm going to abstain too.
All right, Madam Vice Chair, the vote stands at 11 yeas, 1 nay, and 5 abstentions.
I'll vote in favor.
So the final vote is 12 ayes, 1 nay, and 5 abstentions.
All right, the motion passes. Thank you.
Passing the gavel back.
Yes, I
I'm
am.
taking the gavel back.
Well, yeah, I don't think I can pass.
Mr. Shaw, you have a point of information?
It's actually a point of personal privilege. It's getting almost midnight. We've been at this for almost 5 hours. I'm kind of wondering if you'd
have one
entertain a
item left.
motion to adjourn
we have
and
one-
push the further business to old business for next meeting.
We have one item left. I mean, if you're making a motion to adjourn, it's always in order and not debatable. Are you making a motion to adjourn?
Sure.
Okay. Is there a second? 1, 2, 3. Dies for lack of second.
Wah, 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 wah.
Next item is policy manual amendment. Other matters, email, Madam Vice Chair.
Okay. So yes, this has to do with the fact that there have been folks that have been, sorry, I will introduce my motion, which is essentially to allow the chair to direct staff to block someone who has been spamming from using that particular forum with a majority vote of the LNC that can be reversed, and the chair must notify the LNC within 24 hours of making such a direction.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded.
All right.
Would you like to speak to
Yes, I
your-
would. I'm
Okay.
sorry. I'm turning something off. All right. So this came about, and I'll break the mystery right now. So this happened offline. There was a discussion where the chair said that someone should be able to, or someone should make a motion that essentially says, all right, the chair can direct staff to block a user, that particular email, from using that particular form. And so folks workshopped a motion. So I'm introducing this with guardrails because it can very easily be abused. This can only affect the use of the contact the LNC mass form, right? So this cannot be used to disallow someone from writing to the LNC or any member of the LNC from their personal email address. The chair also needs to tell the LNC within 24 hours of that happening, and the LNC can overturn that with the majority vote at any time. It also can't be indefinite, so there needs to be a particular time period specified. Based on the fact that we do get spam from folks using that, and because especially inboxes can get very cluttered very quickly, depending on how many emails you're getting per day, and that might vary with Office, this seems like a reasonable thing. And so hoping that the body would entertain it and vote yes.
Since my name was invoked.
Yes.
I asked for it to be workshopped because we had somebody who sent over 30 emails through the contact form. None of them substantial, none of them really engaging. It was just spamming us. And I thought I could just have staff turn it off. And then I thought about it and I said, no, there needs to be a transparent process for that so that it isn't abused. So that, you know, there has to be something to say, hey guys, I did this thing. And if you don't like it, you can overrule me on it, but this is why. You all received those emails. You know exactly which ones I'm talking about. And it's not the first time that's happened. We got inundated with it last term as well. I know that there are specific people who think this is targeting them. However hostile that those people may be, or mean or cruel or whatever, or, you know, say bad things, mean, hurtful things, this isn't for them. That's not spam. They're engaging the board, whether it's genuine or not, or what have you, they're actually engaging the board. This is specifically for people who are spamming. With that, I shouldn't be debating, but I just, because she said my name, I wanted to say why I asked for it to be workshopped. I've got Mr. Martin, Mr. Redpath, Ms. Robson, Mr. Shaw, and then Ms. Fintish. Mr. Martin.
Sure. I do appreciate the approach on this, and that it you know, at first glance is a little more concerning, but it's pretty clear that it's aimed at dealing with this actual spam problem. But on the other hand, I would just say, just at least to be a contrarian, don't think we need a particular policy on this. I think we could just, you know, act as a committee when needed. And for the most part, it's really not a huge problem. I mean, there is somebody that has sent some annoying messages through the contact form that doesn't seem to understand how politics works very well. And I think other than just making fun back end jokes about it and everything, we could have just asked her to stop. And, you know, if she didn't, I'm pretty sure the committee could, you know, take action kind of on a case by case basis. So I don't think this is really necessary. But I also don't want to like characterize it as some kind of a huge threat. I don't see how it could easily become that, but it's a slippery slope. You know, any policy can be abused or reinterpreted later. So I tend to be a little conservative on rulemaking. So I appreciate the spirit in which it's brought. And I do see that the intent is not necessarily to suppress voices. I just think there's probably a diplomatic way that we could handle, things like that without making a rule like this or resorting to an immediate block. But that's my piece. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Mr. Redpath.
Previous question.
There's like 4 people that want to speak.
I still move the previous question, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Moving the previous question. Is there a second? Dies for locked a second. Ms. Robson. There you go.
Okay, so on this particular thing, I know who we're talking about. I think we can just ignore silly people that spam us with silly things when they're completely delusional and have, in my opinion, mental issues. But that's just my own thing. I don't think we need this. I'm sorry, but I don't. I think that we can just ignore strange people that send us spam messages. I don't think we need a thing on that. And I think that it could be used improperly in the future to say that we, will take people, get rid of people that shouldn't be. So, yeah, I'm against this, and that's it. And I'm sorry, I'm tired.
Mr. Shaw.
Looking at something like this, the thing that's before us today doesn't seem like it's a large enough problem to implement a rule that theoretically, in some odd scenario, some future LNC could possibly abuse to basically shut down dissent in some way. Now, I realize that the particular way this is written would be difficult, but maybe it would be one piece of like several other things that could get added on a little at a time here, a little at a time there. So I'm gonna oppose it. I don't think it's a big enough problem to really make a standing rule over. Thanks.
Ms. Fintish.
Say that there is a way from your desktop, your PC, or your laptop to create filters in your Outlook in order to kind of get those things out of the way so it doesn't clutter our inboxes. I strongly suggest using those in general. But yeah, on principle, it's another rule. I get it. And I don't think the intent is nefarious. But again, yeah, not to bring up slippery slope all the time, but it is like one of that slow trickle of rules that add up that could be wielded against a different LNC or wielded by them. So I don't think we need more rules. We should be kind of principled against that sort of bureaucratic stuff, as I've said a bunch of times already. But yeah, you should definitely check out how to make your own filters in the Outlook. I think it would just deal with a lot of these issues. And I get it, it's annoying. So
Correction for you, Ms. Fintish. You can't actually filter it out because the emails come from info@lp.org. Yep, you can't filter them out. And I get hundreds of emails a day, and I'm looking for.
I've tried.
So, and it gets, I actually missed an email from our attorney because there were 3 emails from that person in a 45-minute period. So.
Okay, well then I'll withdraw that, but I will say we do have the ability to scroll. How about that?
Yeah. Fair. Ms. Leatherman, then Ms. Wynn, and then Redpath.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, I understand the concern here that, okay, so we say that we should be able to block spam at some point, like some future LNC might say, hey, this person who's asking us lots of questions, they're kind of annoying. I think their emails kind of constitute spam, right? Because they send them frequently enough that, we could, yeah, we can block them, right? So I understand the concern here, but at the same time, so we want our members to be able to make their voices heard. However, if certain people are abusing the contact the LNC form to the point that our inboxes are being filled with just useless junk, then we end up that ends up infringing on members' rights because we're missing important emails if every time we open our LNC emails we're having to sift through dozens of possibly dozens of junk emails. So I don't see the harm in having this rule on the books
as long as it's transparent, there is a mechanism for reversing it. I think, yeah, I don't think it's a problem to have.
Thank you. Ms. Nguyen?
Personally, I thought that the executive director should have just been able to use his discernment to decide what emails to block and to not block through the website. But I appreciate the oversight of this motion, and I'm going to be in favor of it. I work a lot, and I'm going to be doing a lot of work on this LNC, and anything that helps my workflow, which means not having to delete a lot of spam emails, if that can be stopped in some way, then that helps me be more productive. So I am in favor of this.
I just want to say, I don't think it would be appropriate for the executive director to make unilateral decisions on what emails go to the board and which ones don't. Just FYI. Mr. Redpath, then Ms. Hayes, then Mr. Hanush. Mr. Redpath.
Thank you, Ms. Nyan. I apologize if I mispronounced that. We have we are the main bulwark in this nation against the Republican and Democratic parties. We have serious business to do here. I've had enough of these farcical emails that come in that fill our inbox. Enough. All right, this is a very reasonable rule against spam that's filling our inboxes. We're all busy. We have lives to lead. Some of us are still employed, but even if we're not, we have serious responsibilities to lead to a freer nation through the Libertarian Party. This is a very reasonable rule to end the frivolous emails that fill our inboxes. So please vote yes on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Redpath, Ms. Hayes, and then Mr. Hanush.
Two things here. So just like on principle, you know, who gets to define what spam is, right? I get it. It can be annoying, but having a public office and having a form on a website, this is the name of the game. It just is. I manage a ton of websites and a ton of social media. There's going to be spam. Even if we pass this, we're not going to get rid of it, right? They'll just get smarter and come up with more emails. So that's a separate note. On the one that we know we're talking about, but nobody is saying, I just have a question for the officers. Has anyone spoken to this person? Has anyone? Okay. And so are we like, okay, if you've spoken to her, I would love to just chat with you on that because I don't disagree with like her main point.
I responded to an email and said, we can't help you with this. Please stop. And got like 5 more random emails.
Okay. I have some folks that like kind of do that here locally. They're clearly not like fully under our banner, but we can agree on one thing. And sometimes they just want like 30 minutes to talk at me, right? And I know it's annoying, but then they go away after that. So that I was just trying to uncover if anyone
I don't
had
have
given
that time.
No, I know, but I would take that off your plate if it meant she'd go away, but I wanted the background. So maybe we can chat and we can see, but that's all I wanted to say.
Mr. Hanush, then Ms. Robson.
Thank you. I hesitate to use the term common sense, but this is a pretty common sense thing that we're proposed here, and I think we all kind of I think we all agree on this one person that is spamming us, and maybe it is 3 tomorrow and 5 the next day and 10 the next. I would like someone to be able to turn off that switch at least temporarily for 24 hours. And if someone abuses that, we should make a motion to get rid of that person, in my opinion. So we have checks and balances in place for a reason. This shouldn't be a factional issue of, you know, if someone's abusing something, then we hold them accountable. Anyway, y'all get my point. I'll be voting in favor of this. Thank you.
I just want to give a piece of information to the board real quick. There had been a person who most of you who've been on the board will know who this person is, sends really lengthy articles to us in LP News. They had been blocked from submitting from LP News because they were sending crazy, really long, kind of out there kind of stuff. And as chair, when I found out about that, I said, listen, they're a member. yes, their stuff is crazy and outlandish and we're never going to publish it, but let's not block them from being able to send it, because who knows, the next thing they send might be golden.
You please confirm immediately for the board that this was not me.
It was you.
It wasn't me.
It
I've
was-
never
it
submitted
was
to
on-
LP
It
News.
was on her birthday
I've
yesterday.
never submitted to LP News.
So just so that is known, like the reason why you're getting emails from that person again is because I unblocked them. So sorry.
We're at time, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we are.
By 3 hours. Sorry, I tried to do it with a straight face. I couldn't.
We'll move to a vote, Mr. Secretary.
Seriously, my hand was up before you talked, Evan. So why do I not, or I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. So why do I not get to
You
talk?
are actually right. I'll recognize you. Go ahead, Miss Robson. Robson. Fuck. Robson.
Robson, thank you. So I'm just going to say that, this is like so weird. Yes, this particular person we're talking about, I think has, issues, but it's not that hard to get rid of those emails by deleting them. And we're doing a weird thing where we're saying that we've decided that this particular person is horrible. So how do we decide that? I am absolutely going to be voting no on this because it's really weird for us to decide that. I'm sorry, I had my hand up. People didn't want to listen to me. But, like other people we were talking about, like there's a person in California who's running for, I don't know what office at this point. He spams us all the fucking time, all the time. And we can't get rid of him. He's the bigger spammer. How hard is it to just delete emails that you don't want to watch or listen to?
That's
So
the
this
person
is
I
just
unblocked
silly.
from LP News, by the way.
Okay, you know who I'm talking.
Yeah,
But
I know
right,
exactly what
so
you're talking about.
why would we do this? I mean, it's so easy to just delete and not look at it. And this could truly become an issue where we do make this a partisan thing. And it could truly be a thing. And this particular person we're talking about in this particular case doesn't appear to be a libertarian, but maybe she is, and maybe the next person is, and we decide they're just as bad. So why do we have to do this? So I'm sorry. I just had to.
Okay. Let's go.
I really wanted to talk about this, and thank you.
Okay. Call the roll.
Mr. Koffel. Mr. Danke.
I'm sorry, Leatherman. A word.
I will vote yes.
Mr. Flores. Vice Chair Griffiths.
I'll vote yes.
Mr. Hanush. Ms. Hayes.
I'm gonna say no.
Ms. Hogarth.
No.
Treasurer Neville. Mr. Longstreth. Mr. Martin.
Not.
I'm going to pass. Mr. Nikela. Ms. Nguyen. Mr. Redpath.
Yes.
Ms. Robson.
100% no.
Mr. Shaw. Mr. Thompson.
He's not here.
Oh,
I don't think.
all right.
Yep, he fell off.
I will vote aye. So, Mr. Chair, the vote stands at 7 ayes, 7 nays, and 2 abstentions.
Since it's not clear, since the body is divided on it, I'm gonna vote no.
So the final vote is 7 ayes, 8 nays, and 2 abstentions.
Mr. Chair, I move to adjourn.
Here we have a motion to adjourn. Any objection?
What about my motion to extend time by 4 hours?
Second.
Move to amend to 8 instead of 4.
Second.
Yes.
All
I
those in
move to
favor, all
amend
those
to
in favor
eternity.
of adjournment, say aye.
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 All those
Here.
opposed say nay. We are adjourned at 12:09 a.m.
We did it, guys.
Fantastic.
12:09 for you.
We
It's only
made it.
11:09 for me.
As a reminder, we'll stay open for the next 10 minutes. Go ahead and kill the recording.
has stopped.
Yay.
Thank you guys so much.
Keep the meeting open for the
I
next 10
know
minutes.
that you guys, a lot of you didn't agree with me about the crazy lady, but we can't do that just because there's a crazy
So
lady.
I reached out to her and asked to please stop because I missed an email from our attorneys because there were like 3 or 4 emails from her. And it's after we'd already received 20 and they're incoherent ramblings about please, you know
No,
what they
she's
say.
fucking crazy.
Yeah.
No, she's truly fucking
And
crazy.
the
Except
reason
she
why
is
hold
truly
on.
fucking crazy.
The reason why I asked Amanda to workshop this was because when I was in a staff meeting and we were talking about it, it came up and it was just something that I could do. And I said, I don't feel comfortable doing that. I'd like for something like this, for it to be a limited ban that is known by the board and that the board, having also received the emails, could undo it if they wanted to. If they said no, it's not spam. But just to give a period of time for the person to not be able to do it, maybe they'll stop. Maybe they'll go away. If it's, 60 days of you can't email us just through that form, then maybe it gives some period for them to go find some other thing to be crazy about. With the candidate that you're talking about, while they're crazy, they're at least engaging in policy in an authentic way. And I know it's crazy.
He
It's
is
all
crazier
crazy.
than her.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
He is crazier than her. I want to
But we owe these
his
people.
he is
his
way
emails aren't
crazier
blocked.
than her.
His
We
emails are
owe these
blocked.
people a thanks. Our second most read
At
how-to
some
guide.
point, we have to be like, hey, there are people on this LNC that actually want to get some work done and actually want to be productive and grow the party and get this party to a $5 million, $10 million, $30 million party that where we're competing with the Democrats and the Republicans. But we can't even stop spam 10, 20 emails in my inbox. I miss an important email. That messes with my workflow.
And it does. And
Oh my God.
If we
I
could
agree,
Oh my
find a
God.
but I
How many
solution to
also-
people?
stop
Oh my
spam,
God.
Hey, hold on.
that would
How
be.
many spams do I get every fucking day?
Yeah,
I
but
get
most of the
hundreds them.
spam,
How
most
hard
of the
is it
spam that
to
we goes
fucking
to our junk
get
mail.
rid of them?
Most of our spam goes to our junk box. This is the info box that goes directly to our inbox. We can't filter it out. I don't agree with deleting it because I don't delete any of my emails. But
Actually, I can help you on this. This is a really simple solution. Just put the LP info into a filter so it goes into its own folder, and then just check it. It'll fill it up, but it'll keep it out of your main inbox.
But then I'm
No,
gonna
but
that it
then
doesn't
I'll
clutter.
miss member emails
right,
that are
yeah.
important. Members are sending emails that
No,
are
you
important to me.
you can check them. You can check them, and it'll send you a notification. It just won't be
No, I want
cluttering
it
your
to go to my
inbox.
inbox because
Yeah.
Won't be
it's
completely
easy to forget
stopping
about
us.
it.
Everybody,
Won't
Mr.
completely
Chairman.
stop us from.
whoa.
All right.
Hold on.
Night all.
Everybody take the temperature down a little bit. Like, let's not kill each other over the info inbox here, okay?
Can I just say something positive really quick?
Yeah, Mr. Flores, please.
For everybody who's still on the call, I just want to say I did only hear unanimous once in that entire meeting of 5+ hours, and I want to sincerely thank you all. It truly means a lot. I know that there were some who had reservations because they felt like it doesn't do anything or other things about it, but I promise you that this means more than you understand to communities who have been working on this, and it's a great step, and I appreciate you all so much.
Thank you, Mr. Flores. I appreciate you bringing it.
To be a part of it.
For the email, this wasn't a hill that I wanted to die on. I just wanted to bring a policy so that we could deal with it in a transparent way. It's fine. Like, it is what it is.
Did you like my fundraising guide? How not to do fundraising on the LNC under any circumstances by Austin Martin. Second most read how-to guide in the LNC history on fundraising.
Cool. Mr. Phillies, you had your hand up.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Good. Mr. Chairman, I may misremember Robert's rules, and it may be that I read an older version, but I have the distinct recognition that the person who made the motion has to vote in favor of it.
No, that's not necessarily true. You don't have to. You are free to vote however you want.
That's
the motion can't speak against their own motion. That's it.
Thank you.
Correct. You can vote against it, but you cannot speak against your motion.
Ms. Hayes, Mr. Nikela, Mr. Brown, did you have something else?
Sounds like something they built in there to keep BS at a low.
Happy Monday.
It is Monday.
Oh, jeez.
Ms.
God
Hayes.
help us.
I just wanted to say on the email thing, my husband uses Outlook primarily for work. And again, this is an issue with everybody. So you could not filter against that specific email because of info, but you could go into advanced features and filter by body and put like a certain name or a certain email in the body, and it would most likely recognize it and kick out some of the biggest offenders if you wanted to. I'll keep reading them just for fun. But for those of you that get way more emails than me, you could try that. And if you need help, let me know. He literally wrote it all out on a Post-it note. So if anybody wants that step by step,
I'll look into that. That might be handy. Something that I'll do once I get the 20th weird email asking me why I'm not out there publicly talking about sex work for dog rescuers. Nikela.
Did you talk to this woman on the phone? Somebody called me last LNC term. I don't know how she got my number. And for the first 10 minutes or so, 5 minutes, it was like a little weird, but I was like, okay, Libertarian. And then she started talking about how the government's chipping her and she's under surveillance. And I'm wondering if it's the same person.
It might be.
I also used to put my fan mail in the microwave.
Oh, my.
Did she sound like she was from Trinidad?
She sounded American.
What does that mean, Nikela?
Well, so I took the name and I put it into like an AI, like, hey, does anybody, who is this person?
We know who she is. She's a real actual person.
And it showed up like a, person that's probably a nurse that's like a political activist for Republican women, something out of New York City.
She used to be a member. Her membership lapsed years ago.
Okay.
Mr. Phillies, your hand is still up. Did you want to say something? Omar, did you want to say something?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I will say two things. One, Olivia, I didn't get a chance to meet you at the convention, but be careful when you say such things because you get nominated the person who is, the thing now. Okay,
so she's getting all of the emails now, and I will find contact. She can call them. Yeah. That's the thing that's happening now.
And I say that kind of half joking about that. So it's a pleasure to have you on the board. I've spoken with your alternate. She says wonderful things about you. So to Kelly's point about getting stuff done, man. Alex messaged me and I give him credit. This is what you got to do. You got to whip votes because me and Joe together, Region 2 we're just against resolutions. So just letting everybody know going forward, you're going to have to really whip us hard to get that yes vote for a resolution. So I give Alex credit because it was a very unique subject line. So, and going forward, I think that if we're going to have monthly meetings, we got to have a little bit more cohesion because it just seemed like, I don't know. Some of these, the way some of these motions went today confused me. I thought they were going to go one way and then they went a whole different way. And I'm like, wait a minute. What are we doing now? It almost feels like the last half of the meeting wasn't very productive. That's what I'm trying to say. So that's all I got. I love you guys. I still love you guys. I love all of you guys.
I prefer us having, I know this sucks, and it sucks for me because I have a 5:30 a.m. meeting. So that really sucks for me because it's midnight here. It's 12:18. I prefer a long meeting as opposed to doing things via email because I believe we need to have the discussion. Sometimes there's tone that's added to a text or to an email thread that you might not mean, or you absolutely mean a tone and I'm not picking up on it, or another board member's not picking up on it, and we need to know that. So I prefer being able to see and hear and talk to each other to get through stuff. I think there's some things that can be done via email. I think if a resolution is important, it should be debated and discussed. And if you notice, I asked for the resolutions to be up at the front. And that's a thing that I'll probably always want to do is put resolutions up at the top, because if they're important policy positions, we should consider them first. So even ones that I don't like, these two.
I really appreciate the order of the agenda, that a lot of the contentious, and not to mischaracterize anybody's stuff here, but the stuff that's more prone to partisan bickering was at the end. And that was nice. I appreciate that.
Yeah, Evan, I agree with you about, having longer meetings and people talking because you can get a better sense. So I'm with you there, and adjusting the agenda. That's what a good chair does. I think you've done a really good job as our chair so far, with all these tough things that we have to do. And yes, we keep forgetting to remind people that the 1-800 number works.
I forgot it again.
Yo, Omar, we're twins, bro.
Yeah.
My
guy, man.
Thank you. I was just about to jump in since nobody was calling on
All
me,
about
and we're
being
actually
professional.
adjourned. So I do appreciate, Evan, your judicious handling of this and willingness to vote no, seeing the body wasn't behind it, even though you personally supported having a rule. I would point out, though, that you all did disenfranchise me from being able to speak during public comment when there was no good reason for that. It wasn't necessary to move on at that time. You could have given me my 2 minutes along with everybody else. I think that in general, I still see not enough commitment to really honoring and respecting members who come here, not just personally, but anybody who comes and they don't have any responsibility to be here if they're not on the committee, but they take time out of their day because they care about the party, they care about the issues and liberty. They should have the utmost respect and not have their comments or right to speak treated as some sort of optional thing or an afterthought or something. So I know it's late. That's all I wanted to say. I hope you will take it to heart.
I would like to point out one thing, Starchild. I'm the one who added public comment to the special meetings. That wasn't a thing. We didn't have public comment all the time. And so far, outside of executive committee meetings, granted, we've only had a couple meetings, but I've had public comment on every one of them.
Should be on every single item. It should be on the Board of Supervisors does that.
There's only that's great that they do that. They're also paid. The Board of Supervisors are paid to do that job. We are not. And while I like long meetings, you are free to email us your feelings and thoughts about whatever agenda item. However, I'm not going to sit here for 10 hours to have comment on every agenda item. It
doesn't have to have a single 10-hour meeting. It could just be more frequent meetings.
I think monthly is pretty.
No, the Board of Supervisors meets every week. I'm just
and
saying,
again, they're paid. They're paid.
They're
You
not
want
paid
to
by
pay
the hour.
me what the Board of Supervisors get paid.
They're
We'll
not
have
paid
it,
by
every
the
single one
hour.
of us pay all
They're not getting
27 of us what the Board of
they're not getting
Supervisors
any
get paid.
extra. They're not getting any extra pay to listen to comments. They're not paid by
No,
the
no,
hour.
no,
They're
but they're
just salary.
paid for that job, period. And it's part of their job to do that. It is not part of our job to do it. And we're not paid.
Well, if it was up to me, I'd cut their salaries too.
That's great. That's
don't
great. But
think that
you
should
don't
be
have
paid.
the authority to dictate my time, period.
But you
Or
are an
any other
elected
board, any other member of this board.
You're all elected representatives on the LNC, and I think it goes with the territory. Sorry, I'm not seeing her name on the screen right now. Olivia was saying was correct
Ms.
about
Hayes.
that. You know, it goes with the territory.
It does, but there are also limits to it, especially for a volunteer organization.
See us have the money to pay our leadership, and you know that's something that I think we can actually hammer out and work on. We're not
decline.
far from being
No.
functioning.
I decline. But I would love us to be able to build up a revenue stream that the next crop of leaders can be paid. The county chair for the Republicans in my state, in my home county, gets paid $100,000 a year. The county chair. The state chairs of both the Democrat and Republican parties in my state both get paid over $200,000 a year. The RNC and the DNC pay their officers, and it's a huge amount of money that they get paid, but they work full time. They do it as their full-time job. I am doing the chair full time because I'm insane.
Well, we shouldn't be a pay-to-play party. I mean, it's
not pay to
get
pay.
more people.
It's pay to work.
Get more people doing the work, and you wouldn't have to have a few people putting in those kind of hours if we really open up.
It's not how leadership really works. You know, if you want a consistent product, if you want the tough stuff to get done that no one wants to do, then volunteers only get you so far.
And volunteers burn out and quit.
I would say put it out to volunteers first. If you can't find volunteers who are qualified, then you offer people money for it. But don't create sinecure. That's a very dangerous.
I mean, part of what
Mr.
we're about
Chair,
is about.
Could I say something just briefly?
Yes, Mr. Brown.
Just wanted to say that I think this was a refreshingly cordial and productive meeting, and both you and Vice Chair Griffiths, I think, did an outstanding job. And I was really impressed by the fact that there were not constant calls for the question, and that people had, people actually got to speak and debate. It was really refreshing. Good job, and thank you. That's it.
I think the board would agree on two things. One, that the vice chair did an okay job. The second thing is I hold a high premium on the board being heard, all the members being heard on all the topics. So
people ask me how the LNC is going, and I said that I feel really lucky to be elected to this particular board because I feel like this group can have actual deliberative debate, and then at the end of the meeting, we all go out for a beer or whatever,
or a non-alcoholic beverage.
Yeah, or a non-alcoholic beverage. Yeah.
I had a bit of fun today. My state party got together for a 4th of July, post 4th of July cookout, and it was great. I went there and then had to leave to come back here for the meeting because they were like, hey, why don't you just hang out and do the meeting here? And I said, it's going to be a 4 to 5 hour meeting. And they were like, oh, never mind. But I don't drink, haven't in over 20 years. They had virgin mojitos in pouches, like they're made by a local, someone made them for their the farmer's market, but they're these cool little pouches, bigger than like a Capri Sun, but like it was a mojito. And I tried it and I was like, yeah, I mean, this tastes like what a mojito without alcohol would taste like. I hadn't had one in over 20 years. It was pretty good. Really like that. Just rambling there. Sorry.
I would have liked to have had one because I also don't drink except for that one Friday night at convention. But yeah, I know I don't drink either.
What were you
Sorry,
saying?
Olivia, you were saying something?
Nope, I was just saying, Evan reminded me when he said 5:30 a.m. meeting, I have a 5 a.m. flight, so I should probably go, as fun as you guys are. And then Freedom Fest crew have so much fun. The rest of you guys, you can email me and I will read it, or however else you want to get a hold of me. All right, we'll see you next time.
Is the party having
Yeah,
a
Olivia.
booth at Freedom Fest?
Yes.
And if so, do you need any volunteers for that?
Yes. Are you already going to Freedom Fest?
I'm not, but if I can get in and be able to
I
help
think
volunteer at
we've
the booth,
already
I can
given
help.
out our extra tickets that we got. I'll have to look and I'll email you, Star Child, if we still have one. But
Hey,
I
Evan,
think
on
we
that
already
note, I'll
gave them.
also be there to help you. Man,
Yep. We had you down. I can't remember though. Was this your first time going?
It is.
Okay. Dasbach, I think you already made a note of that.
Did. Yep.
For Flores.
Talked to Steve earlier, got it all set
Okay,
up.
perfect.
So
That's
we're
what I
good to
thought.
go.
Okay, cool.
Super excited.
Great. Cats and kittens. I think it's that time. We're going to go ahead and close out the meeting. It was good to see everybody. See you next time.
Have a good night, everyone.
You go ahead and close it, Mr. Secretary.
Good night.
Go.